Sorry about that, folks. My name is Coin, and this is a session of Elden Ring Reforged. Deathless, all content. Fire spells only, the routing. Greetings to you, Mr. Jason. I hope you're doing well in body and mind, and I do hope you enjoy your stay. Go right ahead and do your bookkeeping, good sir. Speaking of bookkeeping, I'm going to be doing some as well. Before we begin, I would like to first turn on my Twitch chat doc again so I can veritably see everything. I'm glad you're feeling energetic today. I've been kind of worried. I'm glad that seems to have resolved itself. Welcome on in, Mr. Shiny. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, and I do hope that you enjoy your stay, good sir. My apologies for yesterday. In fact, I think before I do the placard, I want to get us off this screen because I feel like I have to compete. I feel like I have to compete for folks. I feel like I have to compete with the loud intro music. So let's play the camera mini game, which it looks like I'm doing just fine at. And I'll start by thanking our wonderful contributors. I do read these at the start of each and every stream as a way to give thanks to those that choose to throw their money this way. I really appreciate the people who have done that lately. Your contributions mean the world to me. I want you to know that. And you may find your names on these placards by purchasing or maintaining a Twitch subscription, purchasing or maintaining a Coffee membership or a Patreon membership, or by making a one-time donation of $2 or more. Additionally, if you've been doing this for 6 months or more, no matter like the same sort of thing, for at least 6 months, then I will italicize your name and highlight it so that I can give particular thanks to you. Thank you again to everybody just simply for being here, but without further ado, I would like to thank Grunge Monkey and Ballshack in particular for their Twitch memberships, their Twitch subscriptions. Please do enjoy the benefits and privileges that come along with the subscription package. I would also like to thank Mr. Rasby the player for his continued patronage over on Coffee. I really appreciate it. Once again, good sir, between you and a couple of other people, you guys have given me a new lease on life. The ability to go to the gym is an amazing thing to have, and I could not do that without you. So truly. And while I don't have any patrons or one-off contributors this month's cycle, I would like to thank people who have used those platforms in the past. Your contributions have truly meant more than I can express in words. Now that I've done that, let me catch up on messages. Mr. Jason says, number 2, I forgot to say before yesterday's stream was canceled, which I do again truly apologize for. I found a 6th Nintendo Switch blue screen protector while tidying your room. Nice. So now I have one for my Nintendo Switch, Switch V2, and one still in its box for my Nintendo Switch Animal Crossing New Horizons edition, along with a smaller blue screen protector that is very clearly just for Nintendo Switch Lite, and then a blue one and red one for my Nintendo Switch OLED model, and one in its box for my Nintendo Switch 2. So that just leaves 2 Nintendo Switch OLED model blue and red screen protectors missing. Fingers crossed that you can find them, good sir. Mr. Shiny says, make sure I have given the Twitch chat its due width here. I know sometimes I wish I would have a louder voice. That would make my point speak volumes. That's funny. It's true. I'd love a... I'd love to have a megaphone. I could use it to yell at people without actually having to yell at people. That would be great. That said, bookkeeping. So outside of the membership placards, I want to once again apologize for yesterday. Everything just came tumbling down, is what I would say. It's how I would describe that particular day. I gave the computer a full day's worth of rest. It appears to be operating at 38% CPU capacity and climbing down, as well as 50% memory. Okay, it's kind of fluctuating back and forth, but it seems to be okay right now, which is the important part. If it happens again, if it happens again, I'm gonna do what I did before, where I'm gonna try to fix it by doing everything under the sun. Otherwise, what I'm probably going to have to do is I'm going to have to completely refigure my microphone. I'm gonna have to like revert it back to where it was without voice mod, and I'm gonna probably have to get rid of the thing, because my understanding of voice mod is that they have supposedly fixed the memory leaks, but I just don't think that's happening. I really truly don't. I just don't think that's happening. Or it might even be something like, I don't know, maybe there are too many web sockets on the computer or what have you. I'll figure it out. For Backlog Friday, I refuse to have that knocked out of commission because technology. I'll figure out something. Dang. Yesterday was just a crapshoot, and for that, I'm sorry. We did all the important stuff yesterday, and so now today we're going to be probably wiping face to Morgott unless we can get him within like a few attempts or something. That's really about it. And we will have plenty of opportunity to continue advancing the run, you know, next week, next Sunday. Third, don't forget, on the 30th of this month, I will not be streaming. I will be gone for a whole week for a client job. I will put out a reminder a little bit closer to when I'm getting ready to leave, but please don't forget that I'm going to be gone a whole week. Lastly, I hope you guys are ready for slightly more activity in the Discord when the Let's Try Saturday happens this week, as well as in the future. I'm going to need some participation if I want to justify streaming Saturday in general, especially since it has been asked for. But we'll get there given the time, I think. But yeah, just be aware that some stuff is going on. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Jason is enjoying his Pokemon Go, this Pokemon Go Pikachu celebration event, good sir. Niantic, now Scopely, have dropped 19 costume Pikachu, and Mr. Jason has captured 19 costume Pikachu so far. Nice. Nice. And then you go on to say, when the stream suddenly died yesterday, good sir, I originally thought that it had crashed because Twitch couldn't handle the pure awesomeness of you. Mr. Jason and Marioma in a single place at one time, good sir. You flatter me. I appreciate it, but No. What? So, for those that are like, slightly less computer savvy, if you ever hit 100% CPU or memory usage, your computer will crash in order to prevent corruption or data loss. And data loss can lead to corruption. Like, we're talking boot drive, like boot drive motherboard levels of corruption. So you really don't want to let that happen. And the more times it happens, the more likely something like a stick of RAM or something else will corrupt and go bad. Let me tell you, there are two things that corrupt. There are two things that if they ever corrupt, you can kiss my stream bye-bye. Number one is the capture card. I don't have enough money to replace that. So if that happens, stream is gone until I replace it. Number two is a stick of RAM. Now, you might be thinking to yourselves, but sticks of RAM were fairly cheap the last time I bought them. Oh yes, they were cheap when they were last bought. And then AI hit the world. All the data centers and their requirements of RAM and GPU took place. And because of that, RAM has gotten very expensive. You cannot replace the parts on a computer without paying an arm, a leg, and quite possibly 2/3 of your crotch just to be able to do it. Mr. Jason says, you see, good sir, these screen protectors, good sir, are not something you can find on eBay without buying an entirely separate carry case. Yeah, I hear you on that. Well, at least that's not a critical component for national security. Sorry, I had to get melodramatic there. At least it's not a national security component like RAM seems to be becoming, so. At least if you buy an entirely separate carry case, it's not the end of the world, right? Mr. Jason says, I agree, good sir. AI really rammed the prices up high. They did, good sir. It's true. Unfortunately. I wish that were a laughing matter, but it is not. What can you do? That said, also I need to prep one more item. We'll rest until morning. And this last item that I'm wanting to prep is Margit's Shackle. And we are to make our way up here and go face off against Morgott the Omen King. Mr. Jason says, honestly, good sir, my 4 p.m. to 10 p.m., good sir, are not even glazing you here. A favorite part of my day. I appreciate that, good sir. Speaking of the TCC, I did put in a new panel. It's just text. There's no image right now. Of our TCC verified streamers, as per the verified streamers register on the TCC Discord. So if you guys ever want to find another channel, another channel to go hang out in and trust that you're in good hands, please feel free to check out any of them. It's probably toward the bottom if I had to peg a guess. I am working on a new 320 by 320 pixel banner to put as the image. And at the end, I will be going into the back rooms to ask for approval on one final feature of the clickable panel. to go about the. It is there at the top for me, good sir, and that's a good position. I hear you. I probably need to adjust that so that it doesn't. I don't need it to be at the top. I need it to be closer to, I'd say, the second row, but it'll work itself out. But I'm glad you think that the current position is a good one. That is worth bearing in mind. The UI does not make it the most, it does not, the UI does not lend itself to being able to tell which panel is in what position, is what I will say. But, with any luck, Mr. Jason says, I do, good sir, for being at the top is instant exposure. That is true. That is true. And people hate scrolling, especially on mobile. People incredibly dislike mobile, like scrolling on mobile. So, oh, I can't do that. Well, oh, all right. I will have to grab my cup of coffee after you make this attempt then. Before we begin, first I'll explain the overlay. Anytime you see an overlay in front of my webcam at the top right corner of your screen, or wherever my webcam happens to be, if you see an overlay with the words locked in, that means that I'm not exactly up for conversation at the moment. You guys are more than welcome to talk to each other. You're more than welcome to say hi or bye, or if you're a first-time chatter, or if you're a band of raiders coming in, I'll definitely try and talk. But outside of those like 4 instances, the Elden Ring and other similar games are hard. They require a lot of my attention, so I have to lock in. I have to focus, or I die. I would be more okay with not being locked in if this were just like a normal Let's Play or whatever, but it's not. We're routing for a real run. Mr. Jason says, although, good sir, I'm not sure how to go about discussing that panel, good sir. After all, it's your channel in my TCC, so we're kind of on an even playing field. Well, we can always discuss that in private or in public, whatever your preference is. Whatever your preference is, Executive Chair. I do think I should get the final say on the panel's positioning, though, no matter what else comes of it, simply because I got to think about my channel too. But honestly, the TCC panel is something I should have done a long time ago, even before I was president. I should have already had that there. Mr. Jason says, that is what I mean, good sir, by the even playing field. Aha! When the hierarchy is unclear, right? Or is supposedly unclear. Well, I'll put it this way. We can discuss whatever we like, but at the end of the day, I'm the one that gets to place the panel. I'm the one with the final say-so. So the true final decision is mine. But I'm willing to take counsel up until that point, and even after that point, if we want to consider moving something around, we can do that. I have zero problems talking about it. Just don't be pushy about it. But I would tell you what I would tell other people discussing the panel. So I'm not like, I don't want you to think I'm singling you out. I'm not. Mr. Jason says, I have absolutely zero issues about the position anyway, good sir. Well, then we're all peachy. If you think you've got a better suggestion, if for whatever reason the panel moves, you know where to find me, good sir. Right in front of your computer screen 6 days a week, and on Discord the rest of the time. Winky face. That said, it's go time. I believe there is a cutscene, so I am going to go ahead and let the cutscene play out first, and then I will put on the overlay. See everyone on the other side.
What is thy business with these thrones? Ah, Godric the Golden. The twin prodigies, Mikola and Melania. General Radahn. Praetor Rykard. Luna Princess Rani. Willful traitors, all. Thy kind are all of a piece. Pillagers, emboldened by the flame of ambition. Have it writ upon thy meager grave. Felled by King Morgoth, last of all kings.
That's fine. I'm not mad at all. I'm totally not mad at all. Okay, yeah, I'm not actually mad. That's fine. Mr. Jason says, I entirely agree, though, good sir. Like even I said, it is your channel, good sir, whereas I have the final say at a considerably not wider network, because as we know, the TCC is kind of massive. That does encompass this channel and your Discord. While you're affiliated with us, good sir, this channel and your Discord are the places where you are the absolute authority, and outside of that, I wholly have respect for you, good sir. Yeah, we're having to kind of like finagle certain things. But I'll say it this way: if you have an issue, you know, just let me know, and we can. You and I can definitely work something out. Mr. Jason says, "I don't give precedent to just anyone." Of course, good sir. 3 people only. I know myself and Jamie, and there was one other person. Oh, Miss Carly. Right. Yep. I have not forgotten. I hope we won't have to do the cutscene again, but I'm prepared to do that. Good, I'm glad I got it correct. Let's try this again, shall we? See everyone on the other side. I hope we can get him. Yeah, he took a liking to me. And then we were promptly killed. We were within like a couple of HP and we just died the first time, which is why I was like, I totally wasn't mad at all, blah, blah, blah. Oh, also, what are we at? Yeah, we're here. Let's reset this back to morning, or we're gonna end up losing DPS. I did not mean to pass it to nightfall, but it's fine. We can just do it like this. I've defeated Morgott before. It's just it can be kind of tough to like know exactly how hard we need to go at him in order to actually kill him. Can I use it again? I don't think so. I sure can. All right, shackle no longer works. I should not rely on that tree at all. I don't know what it does. I don't know what it does. Well, okay, I know what it does. It's a healing spell, but it's too slow to be useful in a real fight is what that is. Mr. Jason says, speaking of completeness of items, good sir, I have finally, let me just go ahead and swap this back rather than waste time. I finally have the actual Nintendo Switch Pro Controller HAC0010 USB cable from eBay. Nice. I ordered one from another eBay seller, and although they sent me a cable that was not that one, the one that they sent me was a Nintendo Switch 2 Pro Controller HAC10 USB cable, which is fantastic, as I needed one spare to plug into my PC to transfer photos more easily from my console. Yeah, you were telling me that 2 days ago, I think. Mr. Jason could have purchased a £74 and 99 pence Nintendo Switch 2 Pro Controller, but then I would be in a worse predicament where I would have said cable, but then I would have a Nintendo Switch 2 Pro Controller that would have been kind of unnecessary to purchase just to make the end result. I see. Yeah, that certainly might have been an unnecessary purchase. Well, hey, at least you have the actual correct model you were looking for with no issues to speak of, right? I wish I could say the same about this morning's routine. Also, I guess before we try this again, I am gonna step away a quick second, and I am going to go grab my cup of coffee, and I will be back in a jiff. What's up, Mr. Jason? While you're typing that, I am going to be right back. Sorry about that, folks. I am back. As per usual, while we're wiping face to a boss, I will be running the ad breaks manually so that there are no interruptions. I'll try to take one at around 12:30 or so, and maybe I'll also do the shill as well during that time too. We'll see. Mr. Jason says, well, first, I'll thank you for welcoming me back, good sir. And then I will read your little explanation here. I was doing a little bit of research last night in the restricted section. Okay, that last part was a joke. It was a reference. Anyway, and while the model number is not displayed on the Nintendo Switch screen protector or Nintendo Switch OLED model screen protector like it is on HDMI cables, the console itself or controllers and other accessories, I did find out that the screen protectors both have a model number from Nintendo, because of course they do. Nintendo Switch Blue is HAC018 and Nintendo Switch OLED model Red is HEG018. Nice! I mean, hey, if you can't find them, you can always order a replacement, right? I mean, that is the purpose of these things having a model number. You can order right from the manufacturer, or you can find someone on eBay that will hopefully give you a non-eye gougingly set price for the whole thing. Let's go ahead and summon our good friend Melina, who's been faithful the entire time. Absolutely faithful the entire time. No questions asked. Other than right at the beginning when, you know, she replaced our maiden, but that can't be helped. Well, while our conversations are cooking, it is time for us to cook this boss. Mr. Jason says, indeed, good sir, but only the nerdiest nerds, cough, Mr. Jason, cough, talk in an inverted language called model numberlish. I mean, you're not the only person to use model numbers, but hey, you are the only person I think that has ever referring to model numbers in conversation as its own language. That I will grant you, good sir. And there is something to be said for doing the first of anything. Heck, doing this challenge run is a first of its kind. At least I think. Modded, Deathless. Well, it's not the first Deathless run, and certainly not the first all like X only type runs. But when you put those three things together and you slap an all content on top, you've got yourself a world first. I am making my own world first, and there is something to be said for that. It's novel. That doesn't mean it's good, but it is at least novel. So you know, your model number language, hardy har har,
sure, Jan,
can also be a world first, right? Mr. Jason says, after all, good sir, I have had a good few years with my wonderful HAZ001, and I loved it. I need to get it repaired along with getting my LEDs fixed on both of my HACs 015 and 016. Yeah. Mr. Jason says, see, most people read that and think, what the hell is Jason on about? I know you're talking about your controllers. I don't always know what model number is what, but you just told me in the previous sentence those are controllers. So I know you're referring to controllers. I have enough head capacity for that. A lot of other folks, you know, that are streaming on this platform maybe don't or don't want to dedicate headspace to it, but you know, c'est la vie, you win some, you lose some. Now, speaking of losing some, why don't we win some against this boss and this challenge run as a whole, shall we? See everyone on the other side. Oh, yeah, I was too close and died. That was super stupid. I died for no reason there. Mr. Jason says, indeed. Apparently, good sir, Mr. Jason has a total of 11 HAZ-024s. Remind me what those are again, good sir? Maybe I should change what I'm doing. Maybe Lutel would be a better fit here. Not Lutel. I'm thinking of Latenna when I hesitated. Oh, Pokeball pluses. Okay, yeah. Including one with Mew. Too true, good sir. We still have a whole bit of daylight before we have to even think about resetting the fight here. All right. Let's go again. Gotcha. Mr. Jason says, time to test Coin's memory. Mr. Coin's memory. On eBay recently, good sir, I've ordered an HEG005, an HAC10, along with an HAC, finally listing HAC031, along with an HAC002. Oh boy. I do know, oh boy. Those are some awful ones. I don't even remember what these were. I know the 15s and the 16s, and I know that the on e oh yeah, right, these were the items you were referencing. Oops. Yes, on eBay recently, good sir, I have ordered a Nintendo Switch OLED model, OLED model HDMI cable, a Nintendo Switch Pro controller charge cable, and finally a listing of a Nintendo Switch adjustable charging stand, along with a Nintendo Switch AC adapter. Maybe I ought to make a table that I can reference right here in front of my face, taped right to my computer, so I can look at them real quick. All right, you old washed up king, what do you gotta say now? Just look at him. All rotted away, among other things.
Tarnished. Not but a fool. The Erd Tree wards off all who deign approach. We are all forsaken. None may claim the title of Elden Lord. Thy deeds shall be met with failure, just as I.
And just like that, he's gone. Those were his last words. A middling, mewling weakling. Mr. Jason says, I think that a troll creator could claim Elden Lord easily. Probably, good sir. Actually, most definitely. Let's get back on our correct outfits, though. Now that we have done this, we are now here. This is the end game, right? We're at the foot of the Erd Tree. This is exactly where we're supposed to be. Mr. Jason says, after all, it was us that placed Morgott there in the first place. Too true, good sir. Too true. Impenetrable thorns refuse all. None may enter the Erd Tree. Yep, we're done here. We now have to soldier on and touch some grass, touch some grace even. We gain a good, bountiful, plentiful amount of runes. Morgott's great rune. And, well, that's really about it. You know, we don't have any place else to go, right? Talk to me, Melina.
Hello again, old friend. Allow me a moment to converse with you. You were unable to enter the Erd Tree, no? Prevented by the mantle of barbs. The thorns are impenetrable, a husk of the Erd Tree's being that spurns all that exists without. The only way to stand before the Elden Ring and become the Elden Lord is to pass the thorns. My purpose serves to aid in that very act. So I'd like you to undertake a new journey with me to the Flame of Ruin, far above the clouds, upon the snowy mountaintops of the giants. Then I can set the Erd Tree aflame and guide you down the path to becoming Elden Lord. I wish to journey with you once more to the Flame of Ruin, far above the clouds, upon the snowy mountaintops of the giants. Then I can set the Erd Tree aflame and guide you
All right. Mr. Jason says, spoiler. The Erd Tree was made with all of the players that have died to troll levels, cursed to be together forever. But that's not how the Erd Tree works, Mr. Jason. You have to say the corpses of all the players that have died to troll levels. Why do I say this? Because the Erd Tree, according to lore, rebirths the spirit over and over and over and over again. Multiple characters talk about being a part of the cycle of the Erd Tree. Some in the DLC even claim that this cycle is unnatural, and that is kind of not how things are supposed to work. The Dung Eater talks about purposely corrupting the cycle of the Erd Tree, such that people that are reborn after being defiled become omen cursed forever and ever. And Fia, the Lady of Death, Mommy Fia, she talks about introducing death into the cycle, like breaking the cycle of rebirth and establishing real true death. But that is that, my fine friend, is not exactly lore I exactly expect people to keep up with. Most people anyway. Okay, max HP, vitality, stamina consumption, poise. I like max health. But I think we're still working on, we're working on Covetous Gold. Let's finish that first, and then we can get that rune. Okay, but for now, we actually have one other place to go, and that place is the court. We need to talk to Gideon and a few others that are here. We need to send them on their way. Also, it may be worth looking to see if Alexander, Iron Jar Alexander, is in the place he's supposed to be. Mr. Jason says, so good sir, how does one enter the Erd Tree, good sir? Oh, well, Melina just outlined it, actually. We need to take her. This is the part that the game hasn't explained, but I'll explain it because it's considered a spoiler. We need to head over to the mountaintop of the giants. And there, Melina is going to sacrifice herself in order to burn the Erd Tree. And when she does, based off the lineage of the gods that she is from, she will be able to burn away the Erd Tree and reveal things for what they truly are. Mr. Jason says, so this is quite the giant journey that you're undertaking, yes? It is, good sir. Absolutely. So giant that multiple characters have different things to say about it.
In this ash, it reminds me.
Let's see if I can't talk. Let's see if I can't prove that correct.
Well, where have you been hiding? I took you for dead. No matter, it's all the same. They had your own.
Okay, I thought Hugh was gonna say something, but I don't think he is.
Greetings. Are you here for spit?
Okay. I know Gideon definitely has things to say.
You. What is it? Here. If you're heading to the Forge of the Flame of Ruin, in the snowy mountaintops of the Giants, you'll need to find the Grand Lift of Road, beyond the Forbidden Region. Or go if you would. Take no heed of cardinal sin. The Two Fingers lost their purpose a long, long time ago. There are 4 more demigods yet to be located. Nicola of the Halig Tree, the Unalloyed, his twin, Melania, the undefeated swordswoman, Luna Princess Rani, daughter to Renala, and the one only known as the Lord of Blood. Rani is said to have cast aside her great rune, so here at the Hold, we seek the whereabouts of the remaining 3 shard bearers. If you should learn anything of these matters, I'll trade your findings for a hidden treasure or a long-lost right, known only to me. We both desire to stand before the Elden Ring and become Elden Lord. As such, I hope we are compelled to work together.
Okay. Mr. Jason asks, have we passed the part with the wonderful Albinoric woman? Or is this the snowy part? First, you've said the magic words, good sir, and I must intone them. I must intone them if we are to have any luck on this journey. Also, I am the said finder of Albinoric woman, so I better say it.
Find the Albinoric woman. Find the Albinoric woman.
Find the Albinoric woman. No, we have actually not passed that part yet. That would be in the consecrated snowfield. Well, it's all snow. To answer your second question of, or is this the snowy part? They're both snow. Let me talk to, or not talk to, I could point it out. So this here is the mountaintop of the Giants. This like section over here. Here, this big giant thing right here, mostly, is the consecrated snowfield. Past that, there is one more place. Past that, somewhere over here, is Mikola's Halig Tree, Elphael. Which was getting ready. I don't know if it was getting ready to be a new Erd tree, but it was definitely getting ready to be a like powerful tree. Mikola was well on his way to doing that when certain things happened, is what I will say. So yes, Albinoric women are in the end game. Very, very much so. Very, very much so. Before we leave, though,
What is it now?
medallions.
Find the Albinoric woman. She hides in a casino.
She said this. He said the secret word. Ding, 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 ding. Insert that meme here. Oh, and he's just gone. Okay, so we actually do have something we need to do before we actually we have 2 things. Number 1, we need to talk to the Two Fingers and exchange remembrances and all that. We need to do that first, so let's do that. Mr. Jason says not all Albinorics are hostile, right, good sir? Would you believe me if I told you that only 2 of them weren't hostile? I'm sorry, make that 3 of them. Only 3 aren't hostile. All the rest, all the standard Albinorics, and there are 2 generations of them, have gone mad. You have the generation that looks human, kind of like this lady over here, you know, with their eyes all hollowed out and everything, and they are missing half their legs. Those Albinorics are first generation Albinorics, and you've got the females who are archers, and you've got the males who, assuming they don't hollow out from their legs rotting away, they end up getting captured and used as experiments in Praetor Rykard's like abode. Back at the Volcano Manor, we saw a lot of the black pudding Albinorics on the poison gas Albinorics. Yeah, a lot of them are his doing. Sorry. Brain is short-circuiting right this second. Yeah, you also have like Albinoric sorcerers or ones that are bound up on wooden little platforms that can incant or intone things. Yeah, those are all first generation Albinorics, and we've been attacked by all of them. The second generation Albinorics don't look like that. Instead, they look... If I can find it. Hold on, I will find it. Here it is. Let me try to find it. This here is a second generation Albinoric. And they gained their legs, but in exchange they kind of lost their human appearance. And all the Albinorics, all of them, are said to be made of silver blood. Or they're made of quicksilver. And so the Albinorics are these homunculi. That's the best way I would describe them. They're homunculi. And how have I not gotten a small Oracle Envoy? I feel like I definitely should have taken care of that. Mr. Jason says, back when Super Mario Maker 2 first released, good sir, it came with an HAC 40 for a limited time. Yeah, Switch stylus, right? Yeah, I thought I remember having an HAC 40 around here somewhere, but I probably don't, or it's been lost to the ages. Take your pick. Yeah, I do remember a stylus being advertised. That makes a lot of sense. But now, speaking of things that make less sense, let's talk to Inia and, well... the two fingers doing two fingers things.
Well, you managed to return. You know what this means. The Earth Tree has spurned you. The fingers remain still. Shaken by this turn of events, they are busy consulting the greater will. When they are finished, the fingers will again offer their guidance. But thousands, if not tens of thousands, of moons must first pass. No matter for me, but you. How will you ever manage to wait? Oh my. Heavens forbid. That is not the domain of mere men. The burning of the Earth Tree is the first cardinal sin. And you say you seek the power of the Rune of Death too? The Rune of Death goes by two names. The other is Destined Death. The forbidden shadow plucked from the Golden Order upon its creation. Unleashing the rune now would be unthinkable. The fingers would never permit it. Nor would the greater will. But here we are. The fingers dormant, severing our link to the greater will. The realm and all life in ruins. Impossible events transpire beyond the ken of the fingers. Who is to say that the cardinal sin must be cardinal forever. Go on. Finish the job. Take the course you deem most worthy.
Before I continue, I should catch up. HAC 040 is the Nintendo Switch stylus. And then Mr. Jason goes on to say, good sir, you might have had an HAC 041. For Nintendo of America didn't bother releasing an HAC 040 in the USA. Yep. Good old Uncle Sam. Who doesn't love good old Uncle Sam? I don't. I'd shove his head into a toilet if I could get away with it, but that's just me. And the HAC 041 is a Nintendo Switch stylus. Absolutely. Oh, Mr. Coin, I was talking with a friend about the awful thing that Sony's doing. And I said, and I quote, "I'm not sure about you, but I'm definitely not going to be part of that all-digital future." To quote the name of the news site, PlayStation Lifestyle ends at Sony PlayStation 5. Yep, I feel like we're slowly but surely approaching the times outlined in like Cyberpunk 2077 or other similar dystopian media, where people in the places that be are not treating it as a cautionary tale of what to avoid. They're treating it as a freaking blueprint. And I don't know how to feel about that. Like, they think, well, we'll just do it better. We'll do it right. Where we had the control. We had the keys. And not these silly yokels that are beneath us that we're going to make sure can't read, can't write, and can only do what we instruct them to do. Let me not get super cynical. That's a great way to bring a stream down. Let's not do that. But it is worth thinking about.
You must find kindling. Only the smoldering flame in the great forge of the giants on the highest peak in the lands between can burn the Earth Tree. But special kindling is required to reignite the flame. For the flame to burn the Earth Tree, a sacrifice is needed. Of one who envisions the flame and can lead you to the rune of death. You must only search for the flame.
All right, let's receive equipment and or the power of remembrance. We got a cursed sword, which doesn't really matter to us. We've got the Regal Omen Baron, which is a usable item that inflicts holy damage. Or we can get a Starlight token. I'm going to take a Starlight token. I don't know about you.
Now go forward the words of
The words of the fingers will not be doing any such thing, Enya, but thank you. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Jason basically doesn't really play video games that much these days anyway. And so at least with games, Mr. Jason sees a positive future in that regard because of all the money that Mr. Jason will save. That is true. I have games to play, but the TCC and other things keep me busy and satisfactorily happy. I'm glad to hear that for what that's worth. Seems like the hobby has been well and you know, truly replaced with things that are important, that are important to you, which is the most important part, that they're important and they're making you happy. And well, sorry, I'm trying to like think of something. It's right, I want the contorting frenzy again. Then we want this. And then I kind of don't know what I want. Probably grants greater blessing. Oh, this is what you would want more faith for. Not sure we really need it. This would be nice to have, but I don't, what's her faith looking like anyway? 47? If I level up a few more points in faith, I can do it. Mr. Jason says, last time I counted, good sir, I had at least 40 Nintendo Switch games that I started and only got to the first opportunity where you could save. So I have a big backlog. Oh, hey, if the companies are going to be doing all this, this is a great time for backlogs, right? I could go ahead and enable our timers, by the way. I can go ahead and do that. So instead of taking a break at 12:30, which was my intention if we were still wiping face, we're going to take the break at a normal time today. You know, until we find something else that we're wiping face to, and then I'll have to adjust it again. Yeah, I have an incredibly big backlog of games too. Games that you guys can help me select. Select through if you want me to play them. For backlog Fridays or other things. And you guys can find all that stuff and more on my Discord server. For what that's worth. Yeah, let me go ahead and do something like this. How is that only one slot? Do I want to think about that? Then I guess we can do... I'm sorry, this would be Golden Vow. And then Flame Grant Me Strength. Then we have a Cleanse. We've got a Healing over time. And this one requires 3. So I might need to remove something. And I have a pretty easy one I can remove. That'll be great. Mr. Jason says, Super Mario Maker 2. Let's go. Kappa. Let me also get out the server information for you guys on our red app and our green app. There we go. We got all that going on. So we're getting ready to kick off Let's Try Saturdays, where you guys get to watch me try a game. If you guys like the game and I like the game, we could continue playing. Otherwise, you know, we can move on to something else when we're good and ready. You know, it's kind of the it's supposed to be a carousel playlist. So if you guys want a fresh new experience, you're more than welcome to change it up in the Discord. After this Saturday, we'll be doing some more polling, so that folks can get their chance at seeing their games being tried on the channel. I should say, with the Let's Try, I've already put the stipulations out there in the Discord for what it's worth, but just to reiterate them on air, it's got to be something I can own, or I got to be able to pick it up real cheap. We're talking like pennies. I got to be able to do that. Or it has to be free. And something I can download. Path of Exile or Warframe would be excellent examples of games I can readily go get and download, you know, for free. I don't want to take just shovelware though, but that's, you know, that's the part of the Let's Try. If we find something that's shovelware, I can say, hey, it's shovelware, it's bad. Don't maybe don't buy it or what have you, right? Like we could do that. Mr. Jason says, so good, sir. For my Nintendo Store UK, when they were first added, I purchased an HAC033, HAC03, HAC034, an HAC042, and a BEE021. But I still need to purchase an HAC043 and a HAC045. That's a motley little. That's a motley little list of devices. Mr. Jason says, right now I'm watching for free Wonderful Streamer Simulator. You know, there's a game there's a game by that name. It's a simulator. And its whole thing is that you're simulating a live stream. I don't know how good it is or what like the actual real premises of the game is, but I do know that it is out there. We'll just go ahead and stores FP upon defeating enemies. Oh yeah, that's yuck. Don't need that. That's a really that's a great sword. We don't really need that. You know what? Fine. I'll get rid of it. Braggart's Roar. All right, video game. We will just undo the enhancement, and then we will declare your presence with a boast for Roar, attack power, defense, and stamina recovery speed. That's nice, but I don't need it. We're gonna sell it. And then we can get rid of it. Mr. Jason says, I also earlier this year purchased an HAC061. Nice. We're still working on getting rid of these shields. Remind me what an HAC061 is again. I'm sorry. I feel like I should know what this is, and I do not remember. Let me also just sell this. We don't need it. Anything else? Perfumer gloves? Yeah, we don't really need that. We've got a pretty good resistance set. I'm thinking that Mr. Coin could really do with a list. I do too, good sir. I do probably need a list. When your free time, Mr. Jason, when you get a chance, would you mind sending or telling me what each one of those things? Oh, I could probably look it up, but having a neat little list of all the items codes you've used so far would be really handy, so I can scribble down that list of wonderful devices you've purchased. Yeah, I'll get rid of the perfumer items. We don't really need them. That's totally fine. Critical hits restore stamina. I don't really need that. We don't do crit hits. Mr. Jason says I could do one better. oh, could you now, good sir? I could send you the wonderful website where Mr. Jason learned all of these model numbers. That would also work. Yeah, and then I could just scribble down the ones that I know you use regularly. Then I can try to remember it on my own. That way I'm not, bogging down our time, and my time and yours, by having you type all of that out all the time. I think we did pick up a ghost glovewort. Yeah, we sure did. Let's see. Yeah, it's a Grave Glovewort 8 out of all of these. I think we're totally done with the Spirit Jellyfish. Yeah, I'm fine with this. Mr. Jason says it is literally like an entirely different language. It just, you know, it's like a cipher. It's almost like a cipher. It's like a cipher if whole words were the cipher instead of you know, a letter or word might represent a letter when you write it in code. It's that a quantizable number. Mr. Jason says HAC, HEG, BEE. Yeah, I recognize those. I at least know that they're part of the code. And there's even HDH. Yeah, I think you might have said that earlier. Or no. Yeah, you have used an item code with that before. HDH001 is the Nintendo Switch Lite. Nice. Now I know it. I just have to memorize it. Yes, we've gotten all that. I wish I could have gotten the matriarch, but you know, we'll have to do better now. Not much to say other than that. That's the cathedral. Oh yeah, let me talk to Bach again. I feel like we might need to do that. Mr. Jason says, indeed, good sir. You can memorize it, whereas Mr. Jason will memorize it. You probably say it the same way, and it's just an S instead of a Z, but that's me. Nope. The Bach really just said, I don't got anything for you, master. I really got nothing. That's fine. Mr. Jason says that's another interesting little difference, good sir. Yeah, we say Z, and for you guys, you say Z. So if it's Z, then there's no with a D. There's no shot that you would ever put Z. You would ever use Z in a spot where you would use S. Well, I should say it's still English, but oh, I am missing one of these small little Oracle envoys from earlier. I apparently never got them. I apparently never got their codex, so let's go back and grab that, and then I will figure out what to do from there. Mr. Jason says, ironically, good sir, the one word that Brits and Americans both agree needs a Z is citizen. Citizen looks weird. Said with an S. Yeah, that is very weird. Not only does it look weird, it looks like it shouldn't even be. There we go. Got him. Stop. Yeah, get out of here, you silly bubble envoy. All right, I guess now that we've gotten that, we can go the other way. Are those snow people? They look like them. Nope. I wish they were. That it would be nice to see them in the snow, but no, they are not. Those are Oracle envoys. They're just weird, is what I'll say. They're just weird. Don't think about it too hard. My head burst trying to think about it a whole bunch. They're weird. Oh, I guess also while I'm thinking of it, let me check. I need to stop by something and check. Because we dealt with Jarbairn and we dealt with Dialos. But I need to see if Iron Fist Alexander is in the spot near the Carrion Roy study hall. Mr. Jason says, imagine Elden Ring, but each enemy is a royal revenant. Nope. Nope. Just hard no. If I tell you someone ever did that and said, hey, Coid, would you like to play a game? Sure, friend. What kind of game? Oh, you know, it's Elden Ring. Oh, that's cool. I like Elden Ring. So what do you got? What are you pitting me up against? My lovely, wonderful patron. Oh, all the enemies are the same. It's an enemy replacer mod in, you know, on top of Elden Ring. I'm like, cool. You'll have to figure out what the enemy is upon loading the game and seeing the grafted scion, the very first enemy you're supposed to fight. It's a royal revenant. Really? That's what you spent your redeem on? That's what you... Yeah, okay, he's not here. His fat little butt should be right here, but I won't worry about it. She really decided to waste my time with a Royal Revenant enemy replacer mod. I will curse your lineage. I will curse your lineage forever and ever. While I grumpily play the mod once or twice. I would be that miffed. Like, I do not like those things. That is a super troll move. I know my wonderful, loving audience wouldn't dare wouldn't dare actually set me up to play one of those, right? Where the replacer is where the enemy replacer replaces the enemies with a Royal Revenant. Mr. Jason says, also on that note, good sir, Mr. Jason wouldn't do that, but I don't see that redeem. Oh, that's fair. That's because that redeem doesn't exist. Oh, I forgot. That's... Yep. I totally forgot. Ow. Oh, we have two of them. We have two of them. We have two of them. Yup, both of them came right this way. My goodness, am I gonna have to use, like... Okay, cool. We can catch him just like this. That's perfect. Mr. Jason says, but now that you've mentioned it and officially confirmed it, it could and should exist, right, good sir? Oh no, what have I spawned? Have I spawned the, you know, people can redeem what other mod they'd like to see in a game that I'm playing? Oh no. Yeah, I suppose I could make something like that. I know there's a kappa there, but... So thank goodness I could say no. But that thought has crossed my mind. I do think I want more of an audience before I redeem such a thing. Let's do one project at a time. And the Let's Try is one such project. I want to see how that's going to go first. Mr. Jason says, it'll probably have to be so expensive that only Mr. Jason could redeem it, though, and you won't. And I won't, as I am a hoarder. Right. Oh, I literally went the wrong way. That happened. So, for those that don't know who the Fell twins are, the Fell twins are a pair of Omenborn that come in different flavors. They spam a lot of attacks. They attack really fast, or fast for an Omen anyway. But yeah, I would probably just quintuple the price of which redeem would that be? I have one in mind I'm thinking of when I say this. I would probably just quintuple the price of a guided raid for something like that. Or quintuple might be a tad bit excessive, but really anything past 10,000 channel points, people are going to have a really tough time redeeming for. So I would make it something like, I don't know, 40,000 channel points for someone to just do that. Oh, here we go. See everyone on the other side. Well, that happened. Mr. Jason says at 40,000 amperes, good sir, I could redeem that 6 times. Yeah, that seems like a good price. It is a good strategy, good sir. Spam them before they spam you. Well, I mean, it was also a 2-on-1 fight. You don't want to be fighting them unless you've got a... Also, this definitely can be a different item. Let's make it the stamina. Let's make it like that. Nope, incorrect. There we go. And this is where we empower Morgoth's Great Rune, is here at the East Altus Tower. But yeah, the basic idea is just get them before they get you. And especially in a 2-on-1 fight, you want to summon help if you're allowed to do so. Thank goodness you can, and it's not like Ornstein and Smo where you... No, you can summon help for Ornstein and Smo, although Solaire makes things harder, not necessarily easier. But hey, who doesn't love, you know... who doesn't love our sun knight? Praise the sun. Our brother of jolly cooperation. Who doesn't love Solaire? He's even known by people in the Nintendo world with the Dark Souls remaster. There were like, I'm pretty sure there were specific Nintendo related items added as like Easter eggs in that port, if I remember right. Or else, at the very least, they have a chance to know of Solaire of Astora. So our Great Rune greatly raises maximum health if we actually need it for whatever crazy reason. Now that we've done that, though, Forbidden Lands time. I'm trying to remember if it's a Knights Cavalry or a Knights Cavalry duo. I think it's just the regular Knights Cavalry, but if I could be wrong. But welcome to the Snowy Mountaintops. This is where this is kind of where the fire giants had like a huge duke out with the kingdom of Lanedell and kingdoms in general. Out here, we'll see a lot of vulgar militia that tend to swarm in packs. Oh, and did I mention that they also cast yeah, they also cast incantations, by the way. They could be very scary in a place like this because there's like a low-level fog, right? Yeah, so there's a low-level fog. It's just kind of here all the time. So they can like hide out behind the crevice and you don't really have great visibility anywhere until you get past the Forbidden Lands and you get into the snow, the mountaintop of the giants. This is like the in-between area filled with volcanic ash. I should say it's less snow. It's not snowing. It's volcanic ash. And it's kind of coated the ground here. I hope there's not a third one, but knowing that if I only saw another one, there most likely is a third one around here somewhere nearby. Oh, I should also mention this section's kind of narrow, and there are two bosses here. One's the Knights Cavalry, and right up here at the entrance to the rolled lift is will be the Black Blade Kindred. There's a Black Blade Kindred in that general direction, guarding the entrance. And if we thought that Morgott was, if we can handle Morgott, we can handle the Black Blade Kindred. But unlike last time when we fought one in the Bestial Sanctum with Garank, we can't cheese. We can't like hide and run around. We don't get a mount for that. In fact, notice we can't summon our mount here. Yeah, we're forced to ride. We're forced to cross this by foot. So it's very, very, very important that we keep our eyes peeled for ambushes and other things of that sort. I don't think so. You can keel over and die now. How? Oh, there may or may not also be... Yeah, I was about to say, there may or may not be the poison pod traps again. And if they hit you, they're gonna hurt. If you guys hear a lawnmower, I do apologize. My folks are out right now mowing the grass and doing other outside work. My neighbor may also be out doing the same thing, so there's going to be a choral symphony of... There's going to be a choral symphony of lawnmowers nearby. Okay, so far so good. Here's another one. Don't even think of running. Stop that. Just take your death. Thank you. I apologize for the lack of music. There's no music here, or there's like very little ambience to suggest how forbidden these lands actually are. Like they're no man's land, basically. You're not supposed to cross them. Uh-oh. I'm a little worried that there is a scarab nearby, and I cannot easily confirm where it is. Ah, there it is right there. And it's just a health scarab as well. I was worried for nothing. Yeah, we're good. We just take our time. The key here is to take one's time. You see, if they catch you off kilter, it's game over. Absolute game over. Hey, at least we now have a use for the scarab, if nothing else. Okay, so far so good. A little bit of a scary moment, but we're fine. I would say we're halfway, and we should already be expecting our good friends, the Knights Cavalry, to show up. Possibly a duo fight as well. Possibly. That is another scarab. Yeah, they kind of expected you to really duke it out in no man's land. They've been very generous with the scarabs. All this space and not a single rune piece inside of it. Don't even think about it. I'm willing to bet there's another one nearby. Ooh, is this one blue? This one's blue. Okay, okay, okay. Cool. So we can, like, go... Never mind. I believe we've been spotted. You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. Welcome to CoinStamp. Have you been enjoying the live and or long-form content? How about the community? If you have, consider becoming an inductee of my hallowed halls. Do this by following my Twitch or my Kick channels, or by subscribing to my YouTube channel. These are free and easy methods of helping me out, and I'm very thankful to anyone who chooses to do those things. They only take but a few moments. Please also join my Discord server, because that's where most of your perks are banked right in. There's plenty of conversation for everyone. Don't miss out by skipping out on the server. If you want to become a senator instead amidst our hallowed halls, do that by subscribing on Twitch or Kick, or by purchasing a membership option on Patreon, Coffee, or YouTube itself when it becomes available. If you're not sure where the finger-tingling bargains are, just ask me, and I will tell you the best deals, no matter which platform we're talking about. You'd make this man's heart leap out from its Faraday cage if you check those options out. But otherwise, you guys being here is enough for me. Thanks again for listening to that stuffy sales pitch. But now, let's return to the quality content. Thank you guys for putting up with that, and for putting up with me and hanging out with me. You guys have been wonderful so far. Yeah, okay, this one moves around, which is good. All right, we do take commercial breaks at the top of each and every hour. That's what that chill was all for. Normally, sometimes I like to manually take control so we don't get interrupted, but in general, I prefer things to run on a smooth, autonomous schedule. In about 2.5 minutes, there will be a timer on your screens to indicate how long the commercial break will last. During that time, ads will play. I recommend you guys get up and take a stretch break with me. I'll be taking a break too. I don't like looking at ads. I don't know about you, but you know, that said, don't let me be the arbiter of your time. Spend it doing whatever you want. Because once that timer ticks down to 0, the ads should be finished. I will have returned to my desk, and we can get on with our lives. We can pick up where we left off. It really is that simple. And I'll try not to put myself in a situation where I have to frantically pause. You know, knock on wood that this current thing we're having to pull does not cause us to do that. Because that would be right awful. Right awful. Mr. Jason says, surprisingly good, sir. Despite the fact that the Nintendo Switch blue screen protector is HAC018, and the Nintendo Switch OLED model red screen protector is HEG018, doesn't really help a lot that when you're looking for them on eBay, yeah, people are going to call it whatever they want. Yeah, you know, red screen protector, blue screen protector. They're going to be doing that, and they're going to be doing a whole lot less of HEG018 because HEG018 doesn't sell. It doesn't really sell the model. I guess it marginally can, right? Like, well, let's face it, Mr. Jason. You're not just any normal consumer of product, good sir. You're special, and I like that. But a lot of other people don't buy sets of things to complete them. Like most people are not dealing with collectors on a regular basis. Mr. Jason says HAC 010 does well for the USB cable. Well, sure. I'm saying in some cases it doesn't matter what the model number is, and in other cases it's absolutely important. Oh, I see what's going on. We've kind of hit a little bit of a snag. Well, see you guys after the break. Sorry about that, folks. I am back. I trust we all had a wonderful commercial break. Thank you, Mr. Jason. Thank you very much. Welcome back to yourself, good sir. Mr. Jason says, I just found someone after my own heart. As the saying goes, good sir. The listing is titled Nintendo Switch Adjustable Charging Stand. HAC031 official OEM. All wonderful words that Mr. Jason likes to read in here. And this was on eBay. Oh, well, I guess we do have someone that is fastidious on that platform. Great. I'm just saying that's not necessarily the norm. But yeah, it's always nice to see someone actually properly outline their product or that they're trying to sell or you know, make a killing off of, so that you know, people can buy it appropriately. They know what they're getting. Blah 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 blah. Consumer protections are a good thing, especially when other consumers are following it. Now, the thing I am most confused about is why a vulgar militiaman would be here. I have zero idea why there would be someone out this way. But hey, I guess we're here, right? So far, so good. I'm going to trust there's... Can I, though? Can I trust that there won't be shenanigans with rune pieces? I guess I can. You can't really climb on this stuff. Fine, I'll trust it. Welcome on in, Lisa Butter. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, and I do hope you enjoy your stay. That is an interesting name you've got there. And an interesting badge, too. Football Fest 2026. That's awesome. If you don't mind my asking, Lisa Butter, how familiar with Elden Ring in general? I'll just start with the base game that's being played. Never mind any mods, because mods are always a much trickier question. Trickier question to inquire about. I feel a sneeze coming. Okay, I think I got it. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Jason is surprised that the flimsy Nintendo Switch kickstand doesn't have an HAC number. Thank you, Mr. Jason. Much appreciated. Sneezes hurt. I often feel like I pull something when I sneeze, so I have to like be prepared for me to like pull a shoulder or something. Ugh. But again, thank you. Well, I guess for those that are uninitiated or don't know, welcome to Elden Ring Reforged. This is we're playing Elden Ring, but we're playing an overhaul mod on top of that, on top of the base game. And the mod changes lots of things about Elden Ring, just Elden Ring in general. The back step is replaced with a duck. Lots of hitboxes were cleaned up. Lighting's been fixed. Mechanics have been adjusted, etc., etc., etc. If you guys ever want to know more information about the mod, or you want the ability to get it for yourselves, you can type in !ER-wiki if you want to go read about the changes on the website, or exclamation mark ERR in the chat if you want to get the mod and download it for yourself. The instructions are very, very easy. And installing other DLL mods or other mods to go with it is even easier. Ow. The devs, the team Kernifer, that's who's made the mod, have been very, very good to the modding community. There are ways to make other mods play nicely, which is always easier said than done. And most mods definitely don't have to do what Reforged does with its file structure. So, I always recommend that. Yeah, please give the devs props. You know, it's very good that they've put such an amazing mod together, and I'm attempting to give back to that community as well as you know, thanks to my audience who voted for me to do what I wanted to do. We are doing a challenge run inside my favorite mod of all time, Elden Ring Reforged. And in the mod, or in the challenge run, we're not doing a real one yet. We're routing for the run, but we're going to be doing Deathless, all content, fire spells only. And that is currently what you're seeing on your screen right now. That's kind of the basics of that's kind of the basics of what we're doing. I've got a whole bunch of other stuff, and if I can ever catch up on my technical document, I can point you guys in that direction sometime. Oh, is that bye-bye, or is that... No, they're down there. Let me catch up on chat, because I think I missed a few messages while explaining things. Mr. Jason says, at one point a few years ago, I almost purchased some Pikmin flower pots. Like legit flower pots or like a toy? Just curious. Mr. Jason goes on to say, Mr. Jason knows from experience that Mr. Coin only picks the best mods. Too true, good sir. Yes, I do pick the best mods. This one, as well as Mr. Jason, etc., etc. Mr. Jason says, I thought Mr. Jason was your favorite mod of all time. No, good sir. Mr. Jason is my favorite Praetor of all time. This is my favorite mod. Elden Ring Reforged is my favorite mod of all time. Let's get it right. Let's get it right, good sir. We are talking about the technical on-brand difference between those words. I believe I've caught up on your messages now. Mr. Jason says, too true, good sir. Touche. Indeed, right? Yes, I often refer to my mods as my actual chat moderators as praetors. That's a brand thing. All of the people that pay money are senators, and my general audience writ large are inductees. I've kind of based it somewhat off of the words that Vara uses when describing the Mogwin dynasty. We are inducted into the order as inductees, quote unquote. Now, of course, the next rank up will be knights, but that's where I deviate and throw in like Roman government terms, where a senator is kind of self-explanatory, but a praetor is sort of the head administrator slash high senator, more or less, the head senator, if you will. It's not exactly the same as the United States, but it's pretty close. It does a good impression. Mr. Jason says, but yes, good sir, they were Pikmin flower vases. Oh, so honest to goodness flower vases. That's incredible. All right. I mean, that's cool. Frick. We better haul butt then. Oh yeah, I'm not allowed to summon for you. Ick. Nice. I cannot see what he is doing. I love this. Thank goodness we get to respawn at a stake. But also that is the wrong split. I could have sworn there was supposed to be a Knight's Cavalry here. Did that get moved? Unsure. Let's go to the stake. I don't know where it is, but we're gonna find out. Mr. Jason says, but I didn't buy them because they are 20 pounds each. Good to know. Yeah, that would be expensive. Or 3 for 59.97 pounds, right? A bargain of 3 pence. It's just totally not worth the asking price. But yes, we are here alone, which means we definitely want to take off the Fire Scorpion charm. This is just kind of going to be a it's going to be a long haul. We need to focus on defense more than anything at the moment. And we might as well keep our FP high rather than do anything else. Mr. Jason says, although completely separate channels, I'm sure. Good sir. In the live channels, I saw one channel with Majora's as part of the name and a channel under it with Moon as part of the name. Yeah. Mr. Jason says, The Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask coming to Nintendo Switch 2 confirmed. Oh, wouldn't that be a treat? In the same style as the Ocarina of Time remake, which is also coming to the Switch 2. God, I hate this timeline. I jest. I don't hate, well, I do hate this timeline for completely different reasons. However, you know, assuming they don't do the key card thing with this game, I don't see a reason why people can't be happy that it's here or what have you. I think that's, I think, I don't want to yuck someone's yum, you know what I'm saying? Well, we're outside the boss and there's really nothing to do but try again. See everyone on the other side. Oh, now you let me summon video game. I guess I kind of got caught before. Oh, except... Yeah, I see what's going on. I got caught out here. All right, so if we stay on the straight and narrow, we're fine. see if I can do this without... Never mind. I died immediately. I can grab my hard runes and we can have a proper fight then. Mr. Jason says if they did a Nintendo Switch 2 game key card for The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time, I would be taking $700 off the table immediately. And Mr. Jason does mean immediately. Oh, right, because you pre-ordered, right? Right, I think that's what that $700 represents. No, good sir. I have set a very generous pre-order allocation. Ah, that would do it then. It's not that that is money that you actually have spent. That is just money that you were prepared to spend. Yeah. I just fingers crossed, right? That Al-Numa and company don't permit that. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Jason would love for The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time's game cartridge to be gold colored. In homage to the previous like set of cartridges. Yeah, that would be nice, but I think at this point we just need to keep our fingers crossed that we're allowed a physical product. We're allowed a physical product at all. Which is just, ick. I hate it. I hate it. I hate this timeline. I hate it so much. I want the world to not be, like, rendered unto imperfity. Imperfity? Oh, hello, Millicent. Yeah, I'd love to summon you, actually. We could buff our friends with the Golden Vow. All right, I think I remember having to unsummon for this fight, though. Very specifically, at least, not Millicent more than anything else. Mr. Jason says, The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time for £74.99, $89.99, and £74.99, $89.99. The Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask DLC. God, I hope not, because those are separate games. Well, let's get this show on the road, shall we? I will see everyone on the other side. Wait, why did he heal health? What? Well, I mean, I feel like I was lucky. Like the AI broke for some stupid reason I couldn't comprehend. But thankfully, a win's a win. I'll definitely take it. I'll definitely take it. We will now be swapping that back over to Fire Scorpion Charm, and this one can be the Ancestral Spirit Horn, I guess. I feel like I never quite have a consistent loadout for these, but that's fine. Let me catch up on chat now that we've fully depleted our resources on such a fight. Mr. Jason says, technically speaking, The Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask could be DLC. Just like The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom originated as extended DLC. That's true. That's true. Yeah, you know what? You're right, because we also have the whole Zelda thing, right? Where, you know, people weren't necessarily aware that Zelda was just Master Quest. And Majora's Mask was originally slated to be like an expansion cartridge, but that never really quite panned out. So instead it kind of became it was retooled to be its own game. So maybe, I mean, we're in a year of remakes and remasters, likely gonna be for some time. It could be worse, and I trust Aonuma's direction, his vision. I do trust that. You and I are both in a similar headspace. We just want a physical. I want people to have access to a physical product, and not. I don't care, and this is like our differentiator. I don't quite care that there are game key cards, right? I care that they are game key card exclusive. That's what I care about. If there is no way to get it like in an undigitized form, that could be a problem. That is a problem, but I'm already not really in the space for modern gaming these days. Like I mostly play the stuff I already have, and that, you know, that just has to be enough. But other people who are actively gaming do want access to the Switch 2 and or have a Switch 2, and it's not fair that they should have to pay extra for the physical product, because AI data centers or AI in general. Let's get to harvesting the moon already if we're gonna do that. Something. I'm totally losing my, I'm like combusting my brain in real time. Oh, that's what I'm looking for. I don't need Kristoff here. I hate how slow this is. I really should think about putting in a request to have that changed. Like, come on. That's not right. PvE should not be suffering for the sins of PvP. Just ick. Come on. Yuck. Here's hoping that we find the Knights Cavalry then. We should have already fought that. That's the Oh, I realized what I did. I realized exactly what I did. It's daytime. Knights Cavalry is at night. Of course. Of course we were never going to spot them during the day. Well, I do think we get the ability to like get the rest site, and then we can go get. I actually kind of like this course of events a little bit more. I'm not gonna lie. It's nice to have a rest site available. It's nice to be able to warp when we're done, that kind of thing. But that's neither here nor there, I guess. I figured there would be a rune piece all in this area soon enough. Neat. And we're actually not that far from a level up either. So far, I think we've been eating pretty good today. We're not eating as well as we could be with this routing in like the mid to late game, but we're accomplishing things, which is more than I could say for. Which is more than I could say for some other parts in the run where we were wiping face to a boss all day. Right? We're making progress. People are getting to see different things. It's, it's a win-win for everybody. Ooh, I hear the distinct, subtle chime of a scarab. And it is an HP scarab. I like the cerulean one more, but I will never say no to the job security or to the security of some HP flasks. The same is true of this one. I'll never say no to this either. Yeah, we got 3 flasks, which is more than enough for me, but not that this is going to matter in the long term. It truly isn't. Oh, I know what's going on. We died, right? We died 2 times. Yeah, these are just old enemies. All right, let's move about our business then. Let's get the rest site, and then we can go back and find Mr. Knight's Cavalry at Night. It's literally in the name. Don't know how I messed it up, but I did. And if people are wondering, what the heck am I doing? I am climbing up and around the stairwell to the lift of Rolled, so that we can check for rune pieces. We already saw one earlier, so there shouldn't really be another one over here, but you should always be thorough with this type of thing. Always. You never know when you might find a nascent butterfly or some other thing. Okay. So I felt I was working out today and I was doing my crunches. I started doing crunches, manual crunches, and let's say that the manual crunches, I felt something weird happen in my abdomen. I felt like I overstretched it. So I was planning on doing 40. I had to stop I just stopped doing the crunches I was supposed to do.
Please, you'll turn back. Ahead lies the land of the giant's flame, and the way forth is forbidden. Hear me. The burning of the earth tree is the first cardinal sin. Doing so will unbind destined death and slay the world itself.
Then the world must be broken again.
Put you up to such a task? Most certainly not the fingers.
All right. Well, I guess let's oh, we have to farm a bit more, don't we? Yeah, we sure do. That's fine.
Think not of the kindling. I shall see to that. All I ask of you is to make the journey to the snowy mountaintops of the giants, far above the clouds. I know I'm asking you to commit a cardinal sin, but it must be done to reach the path beyond. And that is the path I wish to travel. What is your mind?
My mind is not thinking of too terribly much, Melina. I'll tell it to you that like that. Mr. Jason says, to translate an above message to English, good sir. Oh. Yeah, let me head back here, and I want to say our friends in the Forbidden Lands are in the middle, if I had to peg a guess. Mr. Jason says, from my Nintendo Store UK, when they were first added, I purchased a Nintendo Entertainment System controller for the Nintendo Switch. The left one is HAC033, and the right is HAC034. A Super Nintendo Entertainment System SNES controller for Nintendo Switch. and a Nintendo GameCube GCN controller, Nintendo Classics. But I still need to purchase a Nintendo 64 controller for Nintendo Switch and a Sega Mega Drive control pad. Wait, I'm sorry, what? A Sega Mega Drive control pad for Nintendo Switch. Wait, they make those? For like Sonic games or something similar, right? Or for like Nintendo Store indie titles? That's certainly an interesting controller. Or control pad. Oh boy. Yep. That happened because this is what I was talking about. That is the translation of this next message that you do not need to read, as you've already read, good sir. Okay, so the HAC 033, 034, the Super Nintendo Entertainment System controller is the HAC 042. And the GameCube controller is the BEE 021. And you need to purchase the N64 controller, which is the HAC 043, and the Mega Drive control pad, which is the HAC 045. Okay, yeah, at least I've parsed it correctly. Let's make it nighttime and let's not die to stupid again, shall we? Let's super not die to stupid. I hate that. Let's not do that. Mr. Jason says, I'm just enjoying two things right now, good sir. And what are those two things, good sir? Okay, I want to be extremely careful. Because I know one of them is literally right there. Mr. Jason says, a coin stamp stream and chili chicken. Sweet chili chicken. Sweet chili chicken does actually sound pretty good. Even if that would probably make my stomach not all that happy. That sounds delicious for what that's worth. Sorry, my mind's now thinking of food. Which is not the most offensive thing to think about. I could certainly think of other things. We'll just rain them out of the parade, literally. Ooh, let me be extra careful. Mr. Jason says, I have to wait until till Saturday at 10 a.m. now, good sir, for the next wave of costume Pikachu. Well, that's fine, because, I mean, you're probably going to be walking with your mom or someone else to get those, right? So, I mean, and you already caught 19 of them, right? Just want to make sure I've remembered that. Exactly. So, yeah. Walking at a steady interval is not a bad thing. Nice. Okay, we did get this. So far. Do you know how many are going to be in the next wave? Ick. Super ick. But I think I could probably leave them alone. Yeah, I think I can leave that particular pack of ones to themselves. Mr. Jason says, I haven't a clue, good sir. Very well. Sometimes they like to tease that sort of thing, but hey, this is Scopely we're talking about, right? Oh, hello. Nice of you to join me, Knights Cavalry. I was expecting to be able to, like, change my gear. This is already not great. I'm getting hit with sleep if that happens again. There we go. Mr. Jason says, part 1 of 3 introduced 11 unique Pikachu, and part 2 of 3 introduced 8 unique Pikachu. Oh, so maybe reverse Fibonacci sequence? The next one would be 5? I mean, that's just a guess. Obviously, I can't expect anyone to confirm that, but 'tis a guess. They're probably not thinking quite like that. It's probably some other number, but it would be funny if it were the Fibonacci sequence backwards, where the Fibonacci sequence is 0, 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 11, 19. Where the digits of the Fibonacci sequence are the leading digit is the sum of the preceding 2 digits. So, 8 is the sum of 5 and 3. 5 is the sum of 3 and 2. 3 is the sum of 2 and 1, and so on. I'm describing it backwards, but Mr. Jason says, and ironically, part 1 and part 2, good sir, had a Pikachu that Mr. Jason forgot to evolve into its costumed Raichu, witch hat, and beanie hat. So Mr. Jason is thankful to have them added now. That's awesome. Hopefully the costumes they come up with next are some good ones.
Your thoughts, your ambitions, the principles you would follow.
We have I think we're up to 49. Yeah, 49 faith. 3 more points of faith and we can do what we gotta do. Mr. Jason says there is a dapper Pikachu with a monocle, and I thought of how cool that Mr. Coin would look when he has a monocle and a velvetizer, good sir. Well, I could do the monocle bit here. Here's the thing, but the thing about monocles is you kind of have to have one good eye, right? which is not generally how deformations of the eye or other similar things usually work. Unfortunately, both my eyes are affected, so I'd have to have like a pair of monocles with a bionicle, even a bionicle, a pair of monocles. No,
Sure, Jan.
Mr. Jason says, Mr. Jason has a good eye for amazing streamers, good sir. I appreciate that, Mr. Jason, for what that's worth. For what that's worth. I truly do. I'm glad you think so. I truly do. Those, trust me, I may not be the most expressive person in the world, but I like hearing the compliments. They make my day. Every day. All month. Truly. It is cutscene time now, though. This should only take but a moment. $10 points to anyone who can guess the last time we saw this cutscene was. I'll give you a hint, it was over a month ago. Mr. Jason says, you've given me a new appreciation for mops, sir, of the wet variety. Thanks. I'm glad you have found an appreciation for wet mops. Oh boy. That is a personality description, I'll tell you that. I hope people enjoy these cutscenes, because in the real run, we're going to be skipping them. All of them. Because we've already have seen the plot, so to speak. And we can hoist the medallion to go down if we wanted to, although I'm not sure why we would do that. So, here in the Forbidden Land, it was covered in soot and ash, right? This is real snow. We've not quite made it to my favorite place, one of my favorite places in all of Elden Ring just yet, but we're getting there. Let me see if I can't give you guys a good view. Look at that. You can literally see the top of the world. Down there is a minor Erd tree. Off in this direction, starts to head over into the... We're getting the archway of the bridge there starts to get into the consecrated snowfield territory, but not quite yet. Mr. Jason says, is this Albinoric woman territory yet, good sir? No, not yet. Like I said, we got one whole region we got to make our way through first. See this stele here? This like picture of an obelisk? This area here is where the consecrated snowfield is. I think. I've only been to the consecrated snowfield in general one time, so forgive me if I'm not the most exact about that, but you guys will see it soon enough, and it's a beautiful place. Truly beautiful. It's very breathtaking to behold. You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. thank you guys for putting up with that and for putting up with me. That was the sound of the commercial break, of the alarm for the commercial break. We have about 4 or 5 minutes. Something just died. We have 4 or 5 minutes before we will be at the next commercial break. We take them at the top of every hour as a way to combat pre-roll from Twitch. And when that time comes, there will be a timer on the screen and it'll tick down. And while the timer is ticking, of course, there will be commercial ads that are playing if you're on Twitch. I get up and take a stretch during this time, and if you don't want to see ads, I highly encourage you guys to do the same thing. I highly encourage you guys to do it. That way you don't have to look at ads like at all whatsoever. But I digress. Spend your time however you wish. Once that time is over, the timer ticks down to 0. I will have returned. The ads will be done, and we can pick right back up where we left off. It really is that simple. It really is that simple. Could not be simpler. Mr. Jason says, I see 2 Stells, good sir. A Stell and a Stellar streamer. Ha, I appreciate that, Mr. Jason. It's also a joke. It's true. It's true. Thank you. I appreciate that. Let's make it over to the rest site, shall we? If we want materials, this is like, if we want, we're still getting new materials. The rhymed Roa is all new. Also, we're gonna start seeing some spirit animals as well, and by that I mean animal spirits more than anything. Mountaintops of the Giants, west. Yep. So yeah, this like whole area over here is the consecrated snowfield, and we're going to be going eastward, kind of like north and east all at the same time. It's going to be a cool journey. We're still going to find new plot lines that are out here. And is that you, Yura?
Finally, we meet the Tarnished, who would be Lord. Oh my. Why the long face? I fear that you were previously acquainted with this vessel. Well, that is most unfortunate. For he is dead. As for his flesh, he gave it to me. Shabriri, I hope you can make your peace with that.
Mr. Jason says I might be slightly delayed coming back from the break. Good sir. Very well. Very well. Take your time. You got plenty of time. In fact, I'd say from here it kind of feels like we have all the time in the world. Just a little bit. Just a little bit anyway. And yes, Mr. Jason, what's up? You know of HAC, HDH, HEG, MBEE? Yeah, all of those wonderful little codes, yes. But now I'm going to throw a new one into the mix. WUP. What? WUP. Is that a real code? I hope not. I sort of think that's a joke. Yeah, there's a kappa there. I will pontificate the meaning of that after the break. sorry about that, folks. I am back. Ow. Banged my wrist on my desk. I hope we had a wonderful commercial break. Albeit a little bit of an extended one. My apologies, I got carried away in conversation. What conversation I really didn't have the time for. That's my fault. No one else's. Let's continue on with the plot, shall we? And take your time, Mr. Jason, for what that's worth. I'll mention a little more about that item code you gave me before the break. I'll mention it when you come back.
You were about to sacrifice something precious, the life of a fair maiden, that you would toss into the fiery forge, only so that you may be lord. What a horrible thing to ponder. Your ascendancy requires her sacrifice, whether she wishes it or not. But how would the Lord, crowned so, be looked upon? Chosen, tarnished, and would-be Lord, dare to tread the path of true rigor. Spare the poor girl, and singe your own flesh in her stead. If you are prepared to show resolve and attain lordship through righteous hardship, then heed the words of I, Shabriri. Chosen, tarnished, and would-be Lord, descend into the depths far below the Erdtree capital. Seek audience with the three fingers and the flame of frenzy. If you inherit the flame of frenzy, your flesh will serve as kindling, and the girl can be spared, setting you on the righteous path of lordship, the path of the Lord of Chaos. Burn the Erdtree to the ground and incinerate all that divides and distinguishes. Ah, may chaos take the world. May chaos take the world.
I felt like the real voice actor came through for a second.
Chosen, tarnished, and descend into the depths. Seek audience with the three fingers and the flame of frenzy. Burn and incinerate all that divides and distinguishes. Ah, may chaos take the world.
That's gotta be a soundboard. May chaos take the world. Oh my god, I forgot how maniacal Shabriri sounded. Oh, good lord, that was hilarious. All right, well, I have zero clue what to do there. So instead, quest pierce to the Zamor ruins. He claimed that Ura died. Right. Cathedral of the Forsaken. You will need to remove your armor to open the door. Okay, and let me make sure I've done Hayeda's quest line. Two possible conclusions to Millicent's quest line. Okay. Mr. Jason says, somewhat delayed, but welcome back, good sir. No worries. I trust that whatever you had to go handle went smoothly. And I was just about to tell you that I looked up that item code, and yes, it is called the Wii U Project. That is what the P in that code stands for. Wii U Project. And it refers to the Wii U console. Specifically, 001 is the Wii U console. Yes. You and I are saying the same thing now. It's great. Just availing Soster dialogue to continue. Okay, so we're kind of entering a new nexus of like semi-irreversible choices. I want to make sure I've just done it all and I've done it correctly. Okay. So there's like a very specific sequence of things I need to do. So number one, what we actually need to do is stop venturing in the wastes, in the frozen wastes. And we need to go all the way back. I'm sorry, was it the Lanedale Catacombs? Sorry, where was this? Near the Cathedral of the Forsaken, below the subterranean shunning grounds. Oh, no, that's here. That's here. That's in the Forsaken Depths. We just go into the room where we fought the Equilibrious Beast and we strip down. Trust me, what I'm doing will make a lot of sense in just a few moments. It will make some sense. Mr. Jason says, and the Nintendo Wii U's HDMI cable, good sir, is WUP 008. Mr. Jason says, by creating this channel, you've already done the best thing, good sir. Oh, it's been 10 long years. Actually, it's been more than that. It's been well, no, it's not. It hasn't. Hold on. It hasn't been 10 years. I feel like it has, though. I feel like it's been 10 years. Yeah, so here's the cathedral right here. But I think it's been like 8 or 9. I'd have to go back and look. So what we want to do inside the cathedral is we want to strip. Oh, hold on. I need to talk. Is that Melina?
If you intend to claim the frenzied flame, I ask that you cease. It is not to be meddled with. It is chaos, devouring life and thought unending. However ruined this world has become, however mired in torment and despair, life endures. Births continue. There is beauty in that. Is there not? If you would become Lord, do not deny this notion. Please, leave the frenzied flame alone. I shall see to the kindling. It is a purpose which I choose to fulfill. So please, leave the frenzied flame alone.
What? All right. Let's at least talk. We deserve the right to talk to Hayata at the very least. We probably have to be naked through here anyway. Mr. Jason says, it may have been 10 years, good sir. But while I have only been here for now 1, good sir, we're on the up and up now. Too true, good sir. Yeah, I do kind of only see... never mind. Let me... Yeah, we are on the up and up in general. Let me, quickly gear up before we die. There we go. Take your time, good sir. That's funny. I've actually never done this quest before. Fun fact. Stop. Don't even think about it. Okay, yeah, there's the next one. So this is an all-new site for me. So I'm kind of just like taking my time and making sure that we don't mess things up like too much. Hold on, before I do that. Marks. And now the lantern. Except how would one get that? I have zero idea how I would even get that. Is that, let me, check the Serpent Hunter. Let's just see if... No. Not at all. Yeah, how do I get that? Maybe it'll become apparent given the time. Maybe the state of the room will change somehow. There's not like a crawl under the tarp, is there? No. All right, how would one get that then? Oh, this has to be the Nomad's frenzy attack. They have to be the one to break it. I'd like to be able to break it. Come on, don't do that. All right, I guess I need to like lure him around or something. For now. All right, I guess we drop down, right? Bye-bye. What? Oh, there's just another one there. He let me roll all over him. Which is really strange. All right. Well, I guess in lieu of that, right? All we can do is drop down. Oh God, this is like Dark Souls 3 all over again. Ah! Why make me do these jumps? I don't know how I lived, but I'll take it. I'll take it. Ooh, holy hell in a handbasket. That is rough. You're supposed to just drop down, huh? Oh my God. This is so stressful. Oh God, get me out. Oh, and you also needed to like sincerely jump off at a different point. Okay, no. We're good. We can hop off here. Hop off here. All right, we can lure this guy over here. Just make sure we're in front of the item we want. Welcome back, Mr. Jason. Don't mind me, we've just been delving into the depths of the profane. We are working our way towards the Frenzy Flame prescription, and thus working our way toward the ending no one wants to see, which is the Lord of Chaos. Absolutely no one wants to see such an ending, but here we are, with nothing but endless wandering frenzied nomads who want to kill you. The Mark of the Beast. and we just fell all the way down from up here. We that halfway pushed over sarcophagus above the character's head is where we had to land on to even make it in here. So I have been recovering from the. Never mind. I've been recovering from a strenuous situation, to say the least.
So you're here as well, are you? I realized as we've talked, I'll be a maiden, and you, surely a lord. Go to the door ahead. After divesting yourself of your possessions, it will surely open, and the three fingers will welcome you. May the flame of chaos find purchase within you.
Mr. Jason says, for when you have a chance, good sir, I have sent you an interesting image on Discord in DMs. I'll remove it when you've seen it, good sir. Okay. Sorry, didn't mean to yawn. Just partially tired. The workouts have been helping with my shoulder soreness. I feel sore all over instead of instead of soreness at specific points from atrophy. I like it. On top of these docks, I also have my Nintendo Switch Animal Crossing New Horizons Edition dock and Nintendo Switch 2 dock, and another Nintendo Switch OLED model dock, and an accessory case for Nintendo Switch. Wow, that is a glorious sight. So many Nintendo Switch docks. So many Nintendo Switch docks. So many, so little time. You should post this in the Discord, in the Discord server, if and you so wish. I'm not going to compel you, but it could be worth a little bit of group discussion, as they say.
Go to the door ahead. After divesting yourself of your possessions, it will surely open, and the three fingers will welcome you.
Okay, so I think I need to do this in a very specific way.
I ask you one more time, please, seek not the frenzied flame. As one who strives to become a lord, deny not the lives, the new births of this world. Those who would are not fit to be called lord, when the land they preside over is lifeless. Please, put a stop to this madness. The Lord of Frenzied Flame is no lord at all, when the land they preside over is lifeless.
Don't worry, Melina. We're not going to do anything quite yet. We have made it to the Frenzied Flame prescription, and we do not need to advance further right now. We're good. Mr. Jason says the only things that are missing to make those Nintendo Switch docks all complete, good sir, is 2 Nintendo Switch AC adapters. Each one of those Nintendo Switch docks has the HDMI cable and a Nintendo Switch Pro controller charge cable. Yeah? And are those the things you need to order, good sir? Or are they on their way and have they not arrived yet? Or are they still in packaging? One of those 3 things. Finger Maiden Hyeta. All right, well, for now, what we're actually going to do is go back to the... we need to go to the Cathedral of the Forsaken again, and we need to run through the area one more time, making sure we don't kill the... frenzied individuals. Why can this be opened multiple times? What's the point of that? Can't that chest be removed after it's been opened? What's the deal? But there's an item we need to lure a young, impressionable, frenzied nomad to. That's funny. I'm sorry. That was hilarious. That was hilarious. Mr. Jason says the Nintendo Switch OLED model, the Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom Edition dock, is very pretty. It is. It's got it's white and gold. Pretty sure it's white and gold. It's got nice colors on it. You just make sure this is right. These things are very deadly. Yup, these things are super deadly. I died to stupid for no reason. All right, I should have just attacked him because it wasn't that one. It was the next level over. I could have ignored him alternatively. Yuck. That was stupid. That didn't have to happen. Mr. Jason says the Nintendo Switch OLED model, the Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom Edition console is just as pretty good, sir. A combination of white and gold with a hint of green for Link's arm. Indeed. Me having the Nintendo Switch OLED model, the Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom Edition, would make some people green with envy. Hardy har har. Yeah, that much is true. Some people would probably envy it anyway. All right, let's learn from our mistakes. In fact, we can even just skip that altogether. We can even just skip that all together and it's the one down here. That's the one that has the item. It's this tent right here. Yep. No, run. Run. Don't do it. I need a clarifying bolus stat. I will read those when I can, good sir. Oh. All right. Some peace and quiet. All for an eye of Hilo. Come on. That wasn't worth it. That wasn't worth 2 deaths. Mr. Jason says, I'm very happy with that Nintendo Switch OLED model Pokemon Scarlet and Violet Edition purchase on eBay. The item was available to purchase on eBay as a bundle listing with a Nintendo Switch Pro controller along with a Nintendo Switch OLED model carrying case and screen protector and an Orsley VR headset for £233.76. Before having to purchase a couple of missing accessories, I had effectively saved a total of £203.20. I had to buy a high-speed HDMI cable HEG005 for £9.89 delivered from eBay. I had to buy a Nintendo Switch Pro controller USB cable for £8.02 delivered from eBay, and a, let's see, a Nintendo Switch adjustable charging stand for £10 and 80 pence plus £3 and 38 pence postage. Nope, I don't know what that is. PNP from eBay. So all in all, my savings after purchasing those items comes to £171 and 11 pence, and half the cost of postage and packaging. Now I had it right, I just didn't finish the acronym. Yeah, postage and packaging from eBay. And half the cost of just the Nintendo Switch OLED model Pokemon Scarlet and Violet edition is £159 and 99 pence. I mean, hey, bargain savings at any time, right? Gotta take the savings where you can get them. You know, as long as you're buying quality merchandise, that is. And I thank you for the clarification as well, good sir. Let me get my phone out of my pocket. That dialogue from Melina is new, or new to me. Mr. Jason says for less than half the cost, I got it all and a lot more. So that was a steal. Yeah, it's a real bargain. Real bargain. Yeah, it's absolute slam dunk. I'm glad you were able to get your stuff for on the cheap. It's always good to be able to get I'm sorry, just pushing these guys off the railings is so funny to me, even though I know it shouldn't be funny. Alas, before we go back to yeah, there are a couple things that open up. One of those things is, or should be, a secret wall. I know it's in one of these, and the wall will lead us to the deep root depth. This is your other way of getting into the deep root depths. Yeah, this is it right here. Mr. Jason has a terrible habit, good sir. Well, you told me about the impulse spending, but I assume you're referring to something else. Mr. Jason says, with the Nintendo Switch, good sir, there was a Nintendo Switch compact play stand by Hori, and Mr. Jason ordered one, put it away, and then couldn't find it, and so ordered another and couldn't find it, and so he ordered a third one. Oh, that sounds rough. Yeah, that I'm sorry that you... Yeah, buying replacements for things you lose is never fun. That's never fun anytime. I trust you've gotten I trust you've gotten better at adopting systems that keep you from having to do that, like in the future. Mr. Jason says, yesterday, good sir, I was checking on some email notifications on my phone, and my talking flower made the decision to randomly say, what's up, and make me jump. Oh, that's a queen. That is a honeypot ant queen. I'll take it. I didn't know there was a giant ant down there. Yeah, I'm sorry that your talking flower made you jump. That got your adrenaline up pretty good for a short second. The queen didn't put up much of a fight. Yeah, that's yeah, the honeypot, the giant honeypot ants kind of don't, and they're also kind of modeled after real ant queens, where they have the giant bellies. Like, I'm sure if I got right in front of her, she could try to bite me, but yeah, I'm sure that I could have gotten bitten, but the ant queen with her giant bloated egg sac, you know, like her modified abdomen, a real ant queen is never moving far to try to get you. You'd have to, like, they'd have to have wings. Why are you disappointed, good sir? What's happened? That fight was anticlimactic. Ha ha ha. We're laughing all the way to the ant mound.
Sure, Jan.
But here's your accolade for a joke well typed, good sir. You get that one was a teeny tiny bit stretchy, but it was a good joke nonetheless. Okay, let me drop all the way down. And you guys might be asking yourselves, what's the goal of all this? I believe there's an item that you can get here that you can only get if you come this way, and you can only come this way if you know to strip down to your birthday suit. If you strip down, if you don't know to do that at the Cathedral of the Forsaken, you are never coming this way. And even then, you have to know there's a hidden wall near where Hyetta would be in order to even come here in the first place. Or, like, secondly. Never mind the trick about stripping down to your bare parts. Mr. Jason says, now, if people were selling the Nintendo Switch carrying case boxes with the screen protectors, I would buy them for the right price. And then I could recycle the extra boxes or repurpose them, right? That is a form of recycling. It's, you know, it's reuse, recycle, reduce, reuse, and recycle. There we go. And that would be the reusing part of the 3 recycling R's. Yeah, you're not spitting formic acid in my face. You can get lost with that, you silly ant. Oh boy. Oh boy. Was what I got to say. Now, how many of you in real life, if these were cliffs that you could climb and jump onto the roots in real life, would you be brave enough to make these jumps? I can tell you, I wouldn't. I have a fear of heights. I could never think about this. I could peer over the cliff, right? But if I were to actually try to do this in real life, I would freak out. Mr. Jason says, but yes, good sir. Similar to you in the TCC, good sir, I appreciate Blue and Madeline. Yeah, the people we have left, right? Yeah, Blue's been a huge help, and so is Madeline, for the record. Okay. So far, so good. I think here we have to make a jump. Yeah, I don't see another way to, like, get onto this outside of that. Fine, video game. Mr. Jason says, I'm impressed, though, good sir. Most people have acclimated to a more corporate type of Discord. Well, I mean, when you got techno bros wanting to use the Discord for corporate things, then and you have Discord pushing for corporate like corporate settings in the Discord, it is surprisingly easy to adjust to, well, messaging mediums in that sense. Mr. Jason says, although I need to lead by example, I don't like referring to it as a Discord. I prefer to use organization. Yeah. Oh, pathetic. You silly ant. Those silly gooses. It would help if I actually jumped, wouldn't it? Yeah, and there's our death marker down there. Please tell me I could just like jump down like this. I can. Okay. Mr. Jason says, after all, good sir, while we're still working on the TCC, we have brought it to where it has surpassed being a Discord. Too true. It's more like a virtual building. If we were in the metaverse, right? Not that we would ever be caught dead in the metaverse, but let's say we were in the metaverse, good sir. We could actually probably make virtual buildings out of all the stuff we've made and that you have made in the TCC. Like, you could actually do that. But yeah, we are. We're better. There's your Jason for snow. Oh no. I'm not sure you want to model that after yourself, good sir. I feel like it's asking for trouble. But yeah. I mean, your place, your concept, you can refer to it however you wish. If you want to give it the Vault 103 treatment, you're more than welcome to. And for those that don't know about Vault 103, at least I think that's Vault 103. That's where you find it is the vault that was allowed access to cloning technology in the setting. And so you find like 100 and some odd Garys. It might be Vault 100. I don't remember 100% off the top of my head, but yeah, it kind of reminds me of that. Mr. Jason says, you're only joking anyway, good sir. Too true. I can't make it all about me. I have a wonderful president to consult with, and I'm always thankful for that. You're welcome. Anytime. All right, let me try very hard to not die, because I don't think we're going to be able to get this any other way. This could all just be... There's a rune piece, though. Have we finally met another skippable rune piece? Ah, no, not yet. Sound the wrong answer, buzzer. We have gotten it. I was so sure that we would have found another skippable rune piece. Oh well. Mr. Jason says, although as a troll creator, I do have a tendency to make things about me. It's just a Mr. Jason thing. No worries, Mr. Jason. Look, if I didn't want to be part of it, if I didn't want to help make the TCC better, I'd leave. You know, I would give you my piece and leave, but I don't need to do that. I wouldn't do that. It'd have to be one of those... I don't think I could ever devote time. It'd have to be a situation where I could ever not. I couldn't devote time anymore to the TCC. Like I had to focus on other stuff, and then you and I would have a nice, long, protracted talk about that. Oh, all right. Something else died apparently, and I do not know how that might have occurred. Multiple things are dying. Are multiple things following to try to get me? I don't know. I do intend to find out though. Mr. Jason says it has become quite a passion project for us all. Yeah, I'd say so. A side project even for me, but one of passion. I mean, right. It's something we, all of us here at the TCC want to, we all want to make it better. Because if we make it better, then more people will come. And if more people come, the Discord gets bigger. And we have to build more corporate offices. We have to put in more corporate offices. We have to, that'll be more resources we have to help streamers and blah, blah, blah. All that fun jazz. And yes, I'm very much looking forward to cementing more work on that. It takes time. Mr. Jason says, after all, good sir, even for you, more people and more exposure for you and more exposure for verified streamers. Oh boy. The flight of the bumblebee. But what if it were ants? It's a center for ants. Sorry, I had to throw in a Zoolander reference. Ben Stiller was great. The frenzied flame strikes yet again. Yeah. Once I get the banner or the panel done, I'll show you the preliminary draft, Mr. Jason. You can tell me what you do and don't like about it. And we can, assuming we get your approval, we can distribute that panel to other streamers, so other verified streamers, so they can have a section for the TCC in it. Presuming that, of course, it does meet the standard. I've been working on photoshopping the panel art today, and with any luck, I might be able to Photoshop some other things. For the Discord icon and so on. You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. Welcome to CoinStand. Have you been enjoying the live and/or long-form content? How about the community? If you have, consider becoming an inductee of my hallowed halls. Do this by following my Twitch or my Kick channels, or by subscribing to my YouTube channel. These are free and easy methods of helping me out, and I'm very thankful to anyone who chooses to do those things. They only take but a few moments. Please also join my Discord server, because that's where most of your perks are banked right in. There's plenty of conversation for everyone. Don't miss out by skipping out on the server. If you want to become a senator instead amidst our hallowed halls, do that by subscribing on Twitch or Kick, or by purchasing a membership option on Patreon, Ko-fi, or YouTube itself when it becomes available. If you're not sure where the finger-tingling bargains are, just ask me, and I will tell you where you can find the best deals. No matter which platform we're talking about, you'd make this man's heart leap out from its Faraday cage if you checked those options out. But otherwise, you guys being here is enough for me. Thanks again for listening to that stuffy sales pitch. But now, let's return to the quality content. My bad. I was in the midst of responding to something when when that finished. Thank you guys for putting up with that and for putting up with me and for hanging out with me. You all have been wonderful so far. We have been that was the indicator, one of the indicators for the commercial breaks. In about 2 or 2.5 minutes, there'll be a timer on your screens, and during that time, I'm gonna get up and take a break. There'll be ads playing and all that other sort of stuff. I recommend that you guys take a break with me to get, and that way we're taking a break together. No one likes seeing ads. I certainly don't, and I know you guys don't either. The break will be about 3 minutes long. And I set this up this way so that you guys don't have to deal with pre-roll, but don't let me control how you spend your time. Spend your time in the way that you wish, in the way that you want. Once those 3 minutes are over, the commercial break will be finished. I will have returned to my seat. The ads will be over, and we can get we can pick right back up where we left off. It really is that simple. In a world of increasing complication, I'm telling you that this is something simple that you can rely on. You can trust in that. Let me catch up on chat again, and we'll take it from there. Mr. Jason says, I am, though, of the mind that most verified streamers don't realize that they can post on the channel promotion board. I know that Shiny Luxury, Ali Jane Gaming, and Bumblebubs have understood the assignment. Okay, so it's not that they... I think most streamers, it's not that they don't understand the assignment. It is that they choose not to use it. And the reason for that's a very good one, and that is, like, time. It takes a lot of time to put together the stuff needed for a stream. This is one of the big reasons I was talking about webhooks, is the webhooks allow the streamer to take that assignment, quote unquote, off the table, because the webhooks will allow their programs to auto post these things to the correct channels once they've set it up. Many more streamers would probably actually post in there if they had something automated to help them with that, because it takes a lot of time to type up that stuff and then copy it and put it in every Discord channel you want to go live in. That takes a lot of work when you're already trying to gear up and get ready for stream. We can talk about this when we get finished with our break. Sorry about that, folks. I am back. Thank you, Mr. Jason. I trust we all had a wonderful commercial break. Mr. Jason says, that's fair, good sir. I just want them to get the maximum benefit out of the TCC. Like I said to Bumblebubs, I was very humble and grateful that she made me a lead moderator and ultimately took a chance on and trusted the TCC. Yeah, like, you made yourself useful to her, so of course she was more than happy to work with you, right? You helped her with her server and all of that fun jazz. That's cool. That's great. That's kind of about what you have to do if you want people to willingly, and I mean that earnestly, willingly type into a very quiet TCC server or other servers for that matter, and our communities are to a place where our communities are very much not bridged together. I would like to help bridge them together, but it takes us going into each other's streams. It takes people. I mean, it takes something that even the webhooks can't help with, right? And that's people actually have to be interested. People have to not be tuning out of the internet for this reason or that reason or some other reason, or things outside of our control can't be going the same way that they were before. Like, something has to give, right? So my job as your president of the TCC is to do what I can to make people more incentivized to want to link their communities up. And I think the webhooks are a huge step in that direction. One other thing that I also think would actually be very helpful, and I guess before I say that, I'll read your statements, but I do have something else I can add to that as like an idea. Mr. Jason says, it seems silly, but I don't really benefit from the TCC, really? That's not true. You have friendships. Of course you benefit from the TCC. You've met wonderful people through it and through advocating for the TCC, right? But you were also just meeting people by being yourself. I'm saying it's all packaged up in the same set of actions, right? You accomplish 2 or 3 different things at once by doing what you do and going out and meeting people and asking them to be part of the TCC and so on and so on. And yeah, I do understand that you mean that seriously. I think we're both speaking very candidly on that subject. You go on to say, I don't need to benefit. Well, no, you'll benefit just by doing this. And it's nice that you don't feel you need to benefit by doing that. You're just happy being the chair? Yeah, I totally get that. I mean, I don't benefit with like our clients. Yeah, you don't benefit in the same way, but I think the benefits you get are just as comparable when you set aside the whole streaming bit and you think more about relationships and people. When you look at it that way, I think you're getting equivalent benefits. Yeah, and I'm also happy they're working with us, for the record. I'm also happy that they're working with us. And I'm hoping that they will work with us more as I'm slowly pushing the improvements through the door, so to speak. Speaking of improvements, this is the last thing I'll say before I get moving. So one thing I think would help us would be the formation of a Twitch team. I don't know how familiar you are with those, Mr. Jason, but I'll use another team as an example. On Twitch, there's a team called Team Hitless. Now, of course, they have their own website, but it's also a Twitch group. It's how it started, was as a Twitch group, and it was a bunch of streamers all doing the same thing. They were all doing hitless challenges of like Dark Souls 3. before it became Bloodborne or Sekiro or Elden Ring. And they would all kind of collaborate through that medium. They would know of each other first, and then later there would be more collaborations. What I'm thinking is that we could do the same thing with the TCC. I'll look into all the particulars of how forming a Twitch team works, but we've got someone. We could talk to him. He could maybe set that up. I actually think that would be a great thing that he could do, actually, and it would go hand in hand with the ambassador program at the TCC. I take it you must have this subject must have been broached to you before. You say, to make a team, good sir, you need a Twitch partner to make it. Yep. We have such a man that fits that description, and I don't think I could request that of Suremu. He's our only partner, although we could set something up internally. I mean, I think it would be up to him to refuse, right? But I'm interested in why you don't think you could request that of him. I am glad you're aware, though, all things considered. So, trying to just make sure. I think we're really close. Yeah, this should just be a drop down, right? We like run all the way down here. And there that is. Yeah. So we wrap around, and back up there is the blighted avatar, or where we fought the blighted avatar and lived. And then if we keep going, and we keep going. So this is like, the prescription is your other way into Deeproot Depths, assuming you don't go the path of Noster, the Fallen Sky, like where the aqueduct is. Where the aqueduct over here is, and the Great Waterfall Basin. This would be where you would end up, right about. But we're good now. We've sorted that. Let's go back to the ruins, because we're not quite ready to do this yet. We've got a while. Oh, no. Yep, I knew I was forgetting something. We got to go back to the underground roadside, and we got to make our way over to the Deeproot Depths. Mr. Jason says, I know about the teams because there is one called Hyrule GG, which was made by the Twitch partner Hylian Descent, and it's hard to explain why I could request that of Suremu, but it wouldn't be right to start pushing TCC ideals onto his channel. Well, he wouldn't be that far involved. He would just be responsible for making the team, but he's the one that can do it. And then after that, you know, we could handle the rest. I'll look into it some more. Like the process of what managing and running a team is. And after we do that, you know, maybe we can bring up this conversation again. But I did want to at least put it on your radar that I think a team could help on Twitch specifically. For places like YouTube or Kick or other platforms that our TCC streamers are involved with, you know, there's just not much, there isn't much of a system for that, unfortunately. Mr. Jason says maybe something internal would be better. What you're saying makes perfect sense, though. I'm glad you're at least parsing what I'm saying. But I think I've said what I've needed to say, at least, you know, on camera. I can get a little more specific and detailed in the executive lounge, where that's where I would probably put the actual meat of the suggestion at. And we can take our next conversational steps from there. How does that sound to you, Mr. Executive Chair? Me not dash. Right, so we drop down. Mr. Jason says, that sounds good. I just wonder if we should CC Suremu in on that. I wouldn't mind CCing him, but I do think I should do my research first. Because if it's like a whole bunch of extra hubbub and it's gonna involve him really, really heavily, then, you know, I'm of the same mindset as yourself. I don't want to involve him more than we have to. But if it's just, oh, you know, the team is just in his name and he has like the management for it or whatever, then that's fine. I don't want to, I guess what I'm trying to say in more general terms is I don't want to bother him if what I find is, oh, hey, yeah, it's a super involved process. We could even make like a whole roll around that if we want to. But again, I will do my research and come back to you with something. Something a little more concrete other than posing possibilities. Yeah, let me wow, I took 2 hits from that. Let's not take 2 hits from that again. Mr. Jason says, well then, Mr. President, if we need rolls, we have 83 to work with. Fair enough, Mr. Executive Chair. I think we have plenty of rolls to work with. And yes, I am keenly aware that we are down to the bare bones number of rolls you would like us to be at. I will bear that in mind with whatever proposals I come up with. It does make me laugh though, the bare bones amount of rolls. 167? So what would you call, I have a question then. What would you call, oh frick. What would you call the number of rolls on my server, which is like 30 or 40? Am I missing internal organs, good sir? Just curious. Okay, then we have the finger creepers are gone. Wait, what? No, there's no shot the finger creepers are gone. Yeah, they're gone. Mr. Jason says, your Discord is classified as not the TCC. So a sane number of rolls, good sir. Fair enough. I can accept that. This dude went and killed all the finger creepers. He went and killed the finger creepers. Ah, like you did to Blackguard Boggart, so shall I do to you. We have 4 creeping curses, right? We have 4 of those. Seedbed curse. Yeah, we only need to give him 1 more.
A curse upon them all. They'll be born cursed, all of them, along with their children. And their children's children. For all time to come.
Wow, you're a truly sick individual. Here's a seedbed curse. Is this a cutscene? We got a cutscene for this? No, we don't. We get fade to black, folks. All right. Mr. Jason says we have 211 rolls spare in Mr. Jason's organization that makes the TCC look like a club that just anyone can join, good sir. Too true. We do have that. 211 spare rolls. Could not be me. I tell you, if Discord ever finds a way to automate those number or automate the role permissions, I would feel a lot better about having let me toggle this a second. I'd feel a lot better about you know, managing more roles, and even with the TCC, like especially I'd feel a lot better about managing it. But honestly, the less or the minimal amount I have to look at so many roles like that, the better off my sanity is what I will say. All right, this guy has just had his nads sufficiently removed, so let's talk to him now that he's been sitting there a while, all quiet. Mr. Jason says the TCC's permissions still give me nightmares. I want a mass toggleable. Gosh darn it, Discord. If you're hearing me, get on that. Everyone needs that. You gotta fix that. Don't make it obnoxious like it has been.
Curse you, Golden Order. One day, you'll get what's coming. Curse you, Golden.
I'm sorry, what? Oh, we gave him all 4 seedbed curses at once. That's what we did. No wonder he squealed like a pig. Yeah, stuffing 4 seedbed curses into a soul will do that to you. Mr. Jason says, Discord, noted. We shall add the feature once we have protected the children. Insert distortion voice here. Right? We'll add the feature once we have put the mark of the beast in everyone's computers. And the mark of the beast is your own face. And I realize you're speaking sarcasm there, but dang, I really wish that it was just a sick joke.
should not be touched by the hand of man. I shall grant thee my claws. Feed me more. I shall grant feed me more.
Feed it me more. Death. Mr. Jason says, "But someone please think of the children." Insert distortion here. Ah, yes. That would be your collective group of Karens called the Collective Karens. I'm sorry. The Collective Shout. Collective Shout. That's how this all got started. The UK, specifically England, and Australia. It happened there first. They were the nexus of all this, with the Karens having the quote unquote, I'm gonna gross people out. Warning when I say this. But someone said, why are there Gooner games on your Steam platform? Get rid of them or we're gonna debank you. That is effectively what the Karens at Collective Shout were doing. They were screaming and crying about, won't someone please think of the children. Mr. Jason says in the UK they wanted to do an Australia Plus. Well, it's working. It's bloody working. And I know you've talked highly of Mr. Starmer, Mr. Jason, so you don't need to say anything when I say this part. I need you to be a good, British citizen and say nothing. But Mr. Starmer did open these floodgates when he took the actions he took while he was in office. And he didn't even have the decency to finish his term or explain or be honest and explain why. Explain why he was doing it. He always tiptoed or gave an evasive answer. He puffed out his chest and looked all big when he was talking about this in front of the cameras. But when it came to some of the other unfortunate things that have been happening in the UK, Starmer's courage was nowhere to be seen. His harsh, corrective tone was nowhere to be found. I believe you when you say he's a good man. I do. But there are some things that he let into the door, that he let into this world. He can't take it back. Mr. Jason says, when said person resigned, good sir, he said, I put the country that I love first. And most citizens were like, so which country was that? Yeah, that really is a question. Is it England or is it some other country? We here in the States can actually ask our leaders the same questions. Is it Russia? Is it China? Is it Israel? Is it India? It feels like it's anyone but us. It feels like our governments love everyone else but their own people. And it makes me upset. I will not add to this discourse much further, but I'm sure each leader, every leader has done at least something good. I can't think of too many people that were actually Emperor Nero, right? From the Roman Empire, who were known for the excessive decadence, the lavishness. Agent Orange, my own president, is getting ready to be up there real soon. He has not yet hit Emperor Nero territory, but he's getting really close. I can't think of too many world leaders that, and I know what I'm about to say can catch me some serious flack, so let me first say that I'm not defending the man. But when we go back to World War II, right, and we talk about Hitler, Hitler at least had reasons. And he readily talked about them. Again, I'm not trying to run a Nazi apologia. I will be the first one to tell you that. Screw the fascists. Screw the Nazis. But if we want to understand why our leaders are incorporating parts of his playbook, we better bloody understand the logic behind what Adolf Hitler was doing. And some of the logic was bloody brilliant. And by that I mean it's so twisted into a Gordian knot that only a madman could make sense of it. Only someone like Emperor Nero would know what to do with a set of plans in the modern era of today that looked anything like that. But also, there were still but good policies that came out of that time. And by that I mean, for example, Hitler had adoptive shelters for dogs. He was a huge dog person. I remember from the reading. It was one of the most novel things about him was that he also, I can now change the split. I just need to... Oh, wait, no, hold on. No, these are just regular enemies now. We don't need to do that. My bad. No, let's not do that. Mr. Jason says, some people, good sir, use the name Phanta Menace to refer said person you are referring to. Yeah, that's true. Or Mango Mussolini. I call him Orange Mussolini because that's what he is. And he can't even be... He's also discount Timu Hitler. Like, he can't even do the authoritarian things correctly because he cares too much about his own reputation. I certainly won't say no to just an easy enemy. Yeah. But people were benefiting, right? I mean, and by people, I mean dogs. Sorry, let me not tangle myself into a Gordian knot. Hitler had a halfway decent, quote unquote, halfway decent adoptive program for dogs. But that's a bare minimum. That's something I could expect any leader to do. But I say what I say to say, at least there is logic and reason and not just I want power. With Agent Orange, very specifically, because I will not refer to that man by his title or his name. People can forget that and pox me until the day I die. That is how strong I feel about this. There's no plan there. Then again, it's hard to argue there was a plan at all in the States. Here at home, it's hard to argue there was ever a plan. It was always three corporations in a trench coat. You just change the letter. You change the letter. You literally change the letter, and you get a different breed of madman, or you get someone who just can't lead right, and they have to kick they just kick the can to the curb. I'll take Mayor Mamdani, for example. Mayor Mamdani's social policies are amazing. Some of the best in the world. And actually try to take people to task when they commit crimes or for taking advantage of people. And that's great. Those social policies are awesome. However, the economic policy, I don't have an issue. Like, the economic policy is can be a problem. First, I don't have any real issues with socialism. It's an economic model. It is an economic philosophy, just like capitalism and communism are. By themselves, I have no enmity toward those things. It is what people do in accordance with those things that draws my ire. And unfortunately for Mr. Mamdani, the mayor of New York City, the things that he has to do in order to get the accounting books looking nice and pretty and say that there's a balanced budget for the city of New York are things that are going to cost the citizens of New York City a lot of money in about 5 to 7 years' time when he's left the office, when he can't hold that office again. I'm fine with the other stuff, but you can't balance a budget by borrowing into debt unless you follow the Keynesian economic model that says debt is good. Actually, tons of debt is great, and as long as you can pay off the debt, you can pay off as much debt. As long as you can pay off or have a rate of consumption on your debt at the same rate as your gross domestic product, your GDP. That's what that stands for, is gross domestic product. Then you have a breadwinning economy. And you know what's money really except to be spent, right? But eventually, if you spend and spend and spend, and you have nothing to do but tax people who make money, because that's how that works, and you can say tax the rich all you want, and I agree, tax the rich, make them sell their assets, make them have the liquid on hand that we require in order to get the services that we so desperately need. But don't be surprised when they just pack up shop and go somewhere else, and then the revenue source is gone, and what you have are a bunch of poor people who aren't making enough money, and you end up with a society that is dirt poor. If we truly followed that path to its conclusion without setting up the necessary guardrails along the way, you will end up with, and I don't have a problem with this, a nation of poor people. But when I say nation of poor people, I mean nobody that can rub two nickels between them, number one. And number two, people with no vertical social mobility. Like, you can't go up anywhere unless you know someone in government. Like, the difference between cronyism and corrupted socialism is not as big of a swing as you think. You have to be very careful when you replace economic systems, especially ones that are prone to corruption. Capitalism is prone to corruption. I promise I'll read your statement in a second, Mr. Jason. I've not forgotten. When you replace one economic system with another, if you do not make sure that there are the necessary legal safeguards, what you end up with is just a different group of people taking advantage of you. And at that point, it's really all the same. It's in a system like the United States, in a country like the United States, in a system like ours, what you have are rotating doors of people in trench coats that cannot they're constantly trying to repeal each other's work. At least in the UK or other places, you've got like multi-party coalitions, or you have better ways to ensure that not one person is engaging in tyranny, or you don't. It's a bit harder for political parties to take advantage of such economic systems in a way that benefits their corruption. It's not as prolific as here in the States. But if you don't pay attention to the fine print, you're going to end up losing money, and you're going to end up losing people too. And in the modern era, you really have no room for that. Mr. Jason especially loves Fanta Mentis. Fanta Menace. Ah, yes. He's that orange, huh? I like mango a little bit better than Fanta Menace, but Fanta Menace is a good one. I will grant you that. And thank you for your latitude, good sir. I mean, if they're just gonna stand there and die, well, I mean, good on them, I guess. Mr. Jason says, indeed, good sir. For example, in the UK, good sir, two specific parties that are kind of corrupt are fighting each other too much to be too much of a threat. Mr. Jason won't name the parties? That's okay, I can. One of those is Reform UK. Oh, sorry. If we mean the two main parties, that would be the Tories and the Labour Party, right? Where the Tories are the generally somewhat conservative party, and the Labour Party are the more domestic policy issues focused party. If we're talking about more concurrent politics, then I assume you mean Restore UK and Restore Britain and Reform UK. It's one of those two pairs. Oh, and also while I'm thinking on it, we can assign these deaths to the new split, the Zamor Ruins. Mr. Jason won't say, good on you. Yeah, be smart, be safe. But you did hit the nail on the head. I thought so. Yeah, and unfortunately, I hate to say this because I'm kind of lumping in the Labour Party and the Tories as well with this, but we're in an age where everyone wants to be a populist. Absolutely everyone wants to be a populist. That is to say, everyone wants to be for the people. Everyone wants to be, wants to operate in groups and out groups. Everyone wants to do that. Everyone wants to find a common enemy to scapegoat, which is very much the opposite of what liberalism is. It is very much the opposite of what liberalism is. Liberalism is all about finding common ground among different parties, and providing for the common good in a gradual, ever-increasing manner without rocking the boat too much. And obviously you could be a little bit more free and loose on social issues and a little bit more careful and constrained on financial issues, but you don't have to. Liberalism is not a monolith at all. I know, I'm liberal myself. Mr. Jason says, to be fair, good sir, all UK parties are finding other parties are infighting too much to be taken too seriously. Wasn't there the dude in you can tell me who this is if I'm right. Wasn't there a dude in a trash can that was busy teeing off against like Nigel Farage and the Reform UK party? Do I have that right? I remember reading some headlines about a guy in a giant trash can suit making a right jolly good show out of the UK political system. Mr. Jason says there was a dude in a rubbish bin. Yeah, that's it. That's who I'm thinking of. Trash can is Merkin. It's a rubbish bin. It's a bit more of a refined term for the word. There we go. Yes, sorry. Trash can is Merkin. It's the freedom word. Sorry. I'm having too much fun making fun of the typical American stereotypes. I used to scoff at those before. Is it funny that I find them hilarious now? Is it ironic? It might be somewhat ironic that I now find the stereotypes funny. Not true. Not true. Oh, no. Not true, but at the very least funny. What the heck? Hold up. Oh. We are so dead. We're so dead. Yes, in case it wasn't clear, there were snowbirds. Or white warhawks, I'm sorry. All right. Let's make ourselves a little harder to find. Mr. Jason says, although we are both very knowledgeable anyway, good sir, I really like us too, as we can learn lots from each other and bounce knowledge off each other. Too true. After all, I learned litany off of you, and you've learned many terms from me. One of which is the rubbish bin. A dude in a rubbish bin. And that trash can is an American thing. Yes, I have learned. And at least the learning is semi-permanent. I can't really say the same about learning and troll levels though. I feel like people unlearn more as they go through a troll level, but that's me. Mr. Jason says, indeed, good sir. Brits take terms that Americans know and refine them. Or we take terms that you guys already have and dumb them down a little bit. Make them a bit more glitzy or cabby or whatever, however you would describe such things. Oh, we can just get out through this hole. Okay. That's fine. You can do that. I wonder where the hell are these footsteps coming from? It's driving me nuts that I can't see them. I guess I won't think about them too hard. I mean, I basically just said the same thing in reverse. Like we take terms and make them a bit more street savvy and local. Whereas rubbish bin can fit in an Oxford dictionary and be just fine. I'm kind of like, sorry, I'm trying to like pay attention. Yeah, there he is, right there. Get him. Mr. Jason says, after all, good sir, Americans call trousers pants, but in the UK, pants are what is underneath trousers. Yeah, we that's because they're typically boxers, right? Yeah, they're typically boxers or like boxer briefs or something, whereas here we have like a completely different word for that. We call the stuff we wear on our legs pants. In the exception that they're like really tight material, it's like loose and sort of see-through, and then we might call them leggings or stockings, or sometimes we might call them trousers. And then all the stuff underneath that is underwear, with different subwords depending on who or what is wearing them or what they're made for. After all, there's a difference between underwear and like panties. Panties are like feminine underwear that women specifically wear. Whereas a jock strap is something that men in sports wear. Mr. Jason says, another example. In the good old United States, you'd say sidewalk, we'd say sidewalk, and in the UK, you would say pavement. Whereas if we say that, if we're talking about pavement, we're usually talking about road pavement and not any other kind of pavement. But we can talk about pavement when making sidewalks. Man, they sure do think they can come over here. I got news for them. They can't. Let's also just be smart and like do the checking. Yeah, let's be smart and do the checking around the outside of this last ruin sigil. Oh, and also, yeah, let me not forget, we died 3 times to the ruin sigil. Mr. Jason says, I don't know if it has changed since, but I do see what you mean about America dumbing things down, good sir. With the circles that you drive around on roads, in the UK, they're called roundabouts. In the USA, they're called traffic circles. We use both terms. We use both of them interchangeably. I've also referred to such things as roundabouts. They're in the technical book. In technical books, they are called roundabouts because that's what you do. You go roundabout on them, and there are special conventions for driving in a roundabout. The traffic circle, when you don't care about the driving conventions or any of that, we then call it a traffic circle. I suppose another way of saying it is roundabout is the technical term and the traffic circle is the loose term. It is I just want to talk about the thing without having to get technical about it. There we go. We have an easy word for that. Mr. Jason says, yeah, that's what I mean, good sir. I wasn't sure if it was used. Yeah, in some circles it's roundabout. In other words, it's a traffic circle. And in some scenarios, you swap them back and forth. Mr. Jason says, you could say that you use them in a roundabout way. Hardy har har. I needed some levity. After the political talk, I sorely needed it. But I was telling people in a different Discord about this. I think there's going to be a Nuremberg 2.0. I don't know what necessarily that the Nuremberg 2.0 is going to include, but I can tell you this. It's going to include a lot of people. I think we can mark this split complete now. I think there's going to be a lot of people that need to answer for their crimes, and I don't only mean Orange Mussolini and his administration, but you know, you hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. That, my fine friends, was the 5-minute warning for the commercial break. We do take those at the top of each and every hour. This will be the last commercial break of the day. In about 4.5 minutes, there will be a timer that appears on your screen. And when that time comes, there will be ads. If you are on Twitch, I highly, highly, highly recommend that. I highly recommend that. Sorry, I'm just not. I'm having issues today. I highly recommend that you come along with me and take a stretch break together. That will be, no one likes to look at ads. I don't either. I get up, I stretch, and I often like to encourage people to do the same thing so they can get up, stretch, or, you know, grab a snack and do other fun things. Or do fun things in general, but, you know, I might give a suggestion, but you guys are more than welcome to spend your time however you wish. Once the commercial break has passed, I will have returned to my seat. The ads should be over, and we can pick right back up where we left off. And in an age of complication, this really is going to be simple. I promise. You know, cross my fingers and hope the monkey's paw don't curl, that kind of thing. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Jason sighs at Mr. Jason, good sir. Why? Long day? Long night, etc., etc. But thinking too, but it isn't Fun's Day, as I call it, until tomorrow, and I'm already watching 37 pounds worth of things that you want on eBay. Don't be on eBay. You find something else to do, if you so wish, good sir. Because if you see 37 pounds of things, you know, on your screen, you might end up purchasing or buying half of them. I'm not saying you don't have restraint or anything, but again, it's if the impulse buying thing is a problem and you don't want to do it, and the best thing to do is to not be anywhere near it, right? But I imagine you do have, I know you have some discipline. Mr. Jason says, too true, good sir. Mr. Jason does need those things. Then hey, far be it from me to stop you, right? Going back to my previous sentence that I'm going to finish up before the break, before we take the break. You know, Anthony Albanese, Keir Starmer, Mahendra Modi, Xi Jinping, Emmanuel Macron, even Mark Carney, all have sins that they have to answer for. All of them. And I want there to be a really freaking huge Nuremberg 2.0 where we properly prosecute all these people for interfering with our lives and making it so that we have to struggle for scraps while they get to lord over us and tell us what to do. I hate that more than anything else. And I will say that with the last words that will be etched upon my tombstone. That is how fiercely I feel about this. Mr. Jason says 2 Nintendo Switch AC adapters and 1 hoary Nintendo Switch Joy-Con charging stand. Yeah, you did say you needed those things earlier. Mr. Jason says, I'm going to get a cup of tea during the break. Very well, good sir. Take your time. I hope you get an excellent, wonderful cup of tea. And in the meantime, we'll just be moving about from one place to the other. Same as always, I'll probably sit right about here while we take our commercial break. See you guys then. Sorry about that, folks. I'm back. I got up in a little bit of a logistical complication. And I was also soaking in some sun after being in a nice cool room all day. I trust we all had a wonderful commercial break. I want you guys to know, more than anything, that you're enough. You deserve to live, you deserve to exist in this shitty, rotten world that we're in. Even though it is shitty and rotten, you deserve to exist. You are enough. You have people that care about you. Go find them and hold on to them tight. We're going to need those relationships now more than ever. Given where our world is going and where it is headed to. It's focus on local community. That's what matters most. Focus on that. And try not to let hate consume you like it did me. Because once it does, there's kind of no going back from that. Got him. That only took 5 ever to do. Oh, so I can't forget about the scarab I see over there. And we can get him if we free aim, which we can do with the help of the telescope. Find people that love you. I can offer you spaces to talk about some of these things that bother you in the state of the world, but that is no replacement for the actual real people in your life. It is no substitute for that. It never will be. I can come close, but it never will be. The most I can do, the most I should be able to do, is remind you of your own spaces that you have access to, and make good use of them. Because there are things in this world that are evil. Evil! And they don't care. They don't care. About what nationality you are, or what they don't care about what color of skin you have, what religion you are. They don't care who you love. They don't care about a single damn thing about you. Their evilness and their pervasive wickedness knows no bounds. Welcome back, Mr. Jason, good sir. You did say you had something you wanted to share with me for the final hour. Yeah, I'm glad to have you back. I trust your cup of tea is a good one. Very well, take your time. Take all the time you need, good sir. Be extra so for real careful right now. We're kind of like roaming and weaving through the cliffside is what we're doing. Welcome back, Mr. Jason, once again. Okay, I must have knocked it prone. Got him. Oh, and there's another one down there. Mr. Jason says, so good, sir. Well, I've purchased cheaper ones for now, good sir. Mr. Jason would buy this one in the future. I cannot see this. Let me attempt to copy. Stream is gonna get crunchy a second. Let me try opening up that on the internet and see what we get. Oh yeah, that's a nice HDMI switch hub. It's pretty expensive too, I gotta say. I trust the stream did not get that crunchy. I hope it didn't get that crunchy. Fingers crossed. Mr. Jason says, indeed, it is less than Mr. Jason's egg. When a piece of metal has, quote unquote, more value than an egg worth more than double the price. I jest. I'm not being serious. You know, you got all the value you could ever ask for out of that patisserie egg. But I personally would assign more intrinsic value to the HDMI switch hub than I would the egg. But that's me. That's my perspective. I was about to say I don't want to see a second one. I think we're headed... okay. We're headed up the mountain here is what we're doing. Good. That's exactly... No, it's not. No, it's not. Am I... Actually, where am I headed? I don't rightly know. I guess we're gonna find out. That's pretty funny. Mr. Jason says, plus, good sir, StarTech is a more known brand, whereas the one I have now, although it works, is called BCLA-AZUL. Thank you for redeeming the a random scream. If you ever need to go you have access to it. Well, come on in, Marioma. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well in both body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. I don't often get to hear Karen Strasberg, or is it Strauss? Hold on, I should find out. Just real quick while we looking at this. It might be Karen Straussman. Let me... Yeah, Karen Strassman. Okay, let me get past the anime because I know she's provided her voice in games. I just need to find it. I found it. I'm trying to get a specific table or specific entry. Huh. Actually, when did Soul Calibur come out? My goodness, that was a long time ago. Oh, never mind. I found it. Yeah, she's the voice of Shura in Soul Calibur 4. That's exactly where that voice line comes from, is that game. Mr. Jason says, there is only one small issue with the Starlink HDMI switch, good sir. Oh, and that is? Like, wait, Starlink. Like Elon Musk's Starlink? That Starlink? Let me go all the way over here. I'm pretty sure we could just skip that if we know how. Star Tech, not Starlink. I was about to say, Starlink is like a satellite and communications technology from Elon Musk. Also the same kind of company or same kind of technology that is responsible for one of a kind like the technology implant that patient is still living with, to my knowledge. Oh, this is just a whole setup, isn't it? Mr. Jason says it is a 4-port HDMI switch, and Mr. Jason has a Sony PlayStation 4 Pro, a Sony UBP X800 M2, M2 Smart 4K Ultra HD through 3D Blu-ray player. Well, a Sony PlayStation 5, Nintendo Switch 2, and then I want a Microsoft Xbox Series X for certain games, rare replay, so 4 ports isn't enough. Well, is there a 5-port or a 6-port? That's probably about what you would need for your setup. Okay, and then the poison will actually take care of them. We can actually just sit there and let the poison take them out altogether. However, that's boring and totally not what we signed up here for. Instead, we'll let them tick. It'll tick down from a much shorter or smaller range. How have you been, Marioma, since the last time we talked? I hope you've been doing well.
Elbows off the table. Don't slouch.
Very well, Marioma. I will endeavor to sit up straight for the next 5 minutes. Let me also make sure my hats are nearby so I can easily grab one should people want me to wear one for 5 minutes. I'm glad you're doing well, Marioma. I am doing perfectly okay. I went out to the gym, I worked out. I'm feeling sore, but I'm not feeling sore in specific places anymore. I just watched that happen. The capture card just stopped. I really do need an internal capture card to just escape all this. Hold on. Oh, yeah, all right. We're just gonna do that, are we? Nope, I shouldn't have tried that. Heck, nabbit! Ah, every dang time. And I'm also quite let me go back to the steak. Mariama says, I now have a PNG tuber for when chatting with a friend in a call. Nice. You didn't draw it, you used Pit Crew Character Creator, but you really like it? That's awesome. World's Spine, and that is where that death can go. Hey, another PNG tuber entering the fold. It would be nice, and even if not, I mean, having that when you want to talk instead of your face, if that makes you feel better, if it serves the purpose, that is the important part. Let's see, it should be this one. All right, that's all set up and taken care of. Let's try not to die a whole terrible amount. Let's see, let's also make a bunch of these ingenious alchemics. That way we have plenty of rune arcs to work with. Sure, Mr. Jason, you're totally asking for a friend. That's totally what's happening. Go ahead and deal with these simpletons one creature at a time, I suppose. And of course I'll need to clear out the area again. So you two think that would be cool, huh? I will consider giving that suggestion a little more weight then, but I make no promises about the talking coin VTuber model. Because if I VTube, let me tell what do you mean, Coin? Mr. Coin, I'm not doing any market research. Says the man who just submitted a sentence that sounds a lot like market research. It's fine. If I had a legit problem with that, I would have said something, but it's cool. We're all just peachy. It's all in good, clean fun. That's funny. Sorry. He fell off the cliff, but not totally off the cliff yet. Never mind. That is what that noise was. They fell off the cliff. I fell off the cliff just now. Mr. Jason says, I genuinely can't believe that tomorrow is Friday, good sir. I can't either. I take weekends off for the gym, so today was my last day for the gym this week. Overall, not great. Not great my first week, but you know, I'm learning. I'm getting a feel for workouts and stuff. And with there, oh boy, that does wrap up earlier. Okay, any other? I was about to say, go back to what you were doing. Leave me alone. Mr. Jason says, I love Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, but my favorite day is Koopa free running Friday, KFF. Are you trying to hold a Koopa free running championship, KFC? Oh God, that was bad. That was so bad.
Sure, Jan.
Listen, I would actually like KFC more if their grilled options were available more often, but in my area, it's almost just never available. Is that guy? He is. That prelate is thumping his belly. Or he was, and now he isn't. Uh-oh. I need to, like, fix this and fix it fast. Oh, I did not mean to drink that. I do not know how I deflected that, but okay. I'll take it. I mistimed the roll incredibly. That was super sloppy. That should not have happened. Mr. Jason says, will Coin beat this enemy? It's looking like a cliffhanger right now. Hardy har har. They fell off the cliff. There, we all got our happy ending, I think. Let's go and grab our well-earned chest, which we only thankfully died once at. The Briars of Guilt. Oh, that's a sorcery. Mr. Jason says you got a happy ending, good sir. Yeah, the enemy died. But when you go live, I get a happy beginning, middle, and ending. I appreciate that, good sir. I'm glad. I'm truly glad to have made your day all the way through. I hope you guys are looking for. Well, okay, I say this, but if I'll put out the reminder that the Let's Try this Saturday has like very much an adult game in it. Not so much because there's gonna be like scanty NSFW stuff, but not like prawn in my game. When I mean more like the manner of killing. Think Mortal Kombat. Mortal Kombat is not a game you play in the evening to satisfy yourself. It is a game with grueling, gory, violent death with dismemberment thereabouts. It is a very harsh game. That's what I moreover mean when I'm talking about. I hope people are looking forward to Let's Try Saturday. I hope people are looking forward to it in general, but the first game may not be everyone's cup of tea. I don't even know if it's going to be my cup of tea. Let me tell you something. Let me tell my lovely senators, inductees, and praetors something. I am not particularly someone who can... I can handle a lot of things. I cannot handle like gratuitous amounts of gore all that well. This game has people burning alive. This game I'm referencing has people burning alive. It has people getting their heads chopped off. It has, without getting even more gratuitously violent, it has all manner of other deaths. There is talk of like bondage in servitude or slavery. There's all kinds of dark, grisly subjects and dark messiah of might and magic.
There is something I'd like to say. My purpose was given to me by my mother, but now I act of my own volition. I have set my heart upon the world that I would have, regardless of my mother's designs. I won't allow anyone to speak ill of that, not even you.
Of course not. I wouldn't dream of it.
Your thoughts, your ambitions, the principles you would follow.
We're just one point of faith short. Mr. Jason says, if I'm not fond of the gore, good sir, I can just focus on the wonderful top right corner. I appreciate that, good sir. However, I think this game is going to test that. I think it is going to fervently test this. It is wholly different. I have never played this game, and that was after having bought it from Steam for $2.53. Dark Messiah of Might and Magic is a game that was at least published by Ubisoft. This is the same company known for like Assassin's Creed, Prince of Persia, and Rayman, of all things. Frickin' Rayman. So they're not... This studio, you wouldn't ever think that they would greenlight something like this back in the early 2000s, because Dark Messiah of Might and Magic was released in 2002. For context, that is 24 years ago. I was 10 when this came out. I was 10. I didn't even know this game existed back then. Let's say gaming in the early to mid 2000s. There were lots of things that were different back then. Lots of things that were different back then. in particular, women were not always treated the best in terms of their representation in games. They were this game, I think, is going to have some flatter character representation than what we are used to, where men and women can kind of be represented equally. They can be represented equally and are capable of doing almost exactly the same stuff. It's just dressed up differently depending on, you know, who it is. The games from the early 2000s had a lot more standard gender role stuff applied to it, is what I'm gonna say. And I will definitely read that statement in a second. It's like the imps just kind of demand a little of my concentration is what it is. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Jason, when Mr. Jason was a child, had a game on the Nintendo 64 called Holy Magic Century. And outside of the UK and Europe, it is called Quest 64. Yep, I remember. I rented it from Blockbuster when I was a kid. I totally remember that. I didn't get that far in the game. After I got the wind element, I came across a pretty surly, like, difficult dude, like right outside of a town or something. Died multiple times and stopped playing. I'm sure I would be able to pick it up as an adult now, but I heard Quest 64 or Holy Magic Century is bad. It is a bad game. It isn't eye-rustingly bad, but it is bad. Are you going to move forward, Sir Imp? No? Well, then you get to die, I guess. Yeah, actually, Quest was a pretty bad game. I can actually answer that now. I can answer that question that was posed to me the other day. Oh boy. So I have a question for you all, and I'll pose it the same way it was posed to me. What was the worst video game you've ever played, ever? Like, try to think back as hard as you can, because presumably you wouldn't be able to answer this in the modern day unless it's like shovelware. I'm talking like Animus from the Nintendo Switch 1 shovelware store. Or like you can tell that the game is a clear ripoff. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Jason had a game on the Sony PlayStation where there was a fox that was like Link named Kingsley's Adventure. Oh boy. Is this gonna be good or bad? I'm sort of curious where this is going. Color me intrigued. Don't see anything there. And I don't see anything here either. Something underneath. Oh, it's the same gimmick as in Dark Souls 3. Yep, I know what that is. I think before I go down there, I'm gonna stick to this part first. Mr. Jason says, it was pretty good. Like most games, it get good hard later. The classic Dark Souls experience. Most people don't really quite know how to handle get good when they see it. It is usually eye-wateringly frustrating. with no chance of reprieve. So I take it that Kingsley's adventure was kind of like that moment for you. Very eye-wateringly frustrating, and you did not get very far in it. Be careful when you go in here. Your choices have implications. Too true. Yeah, be careful where you go in here. But honestly, when works too. I mean, after all, we're in the catacombs, right? The Giant's mountaintop catacombs, and can't tell you that this cannot tell you that this place is safe to be in. Get out of here with your silly nonsense, you silly imp. I'll have to look up Kingsley's adventure. I'm kind of interested to know in how bad it, or I shouldn't say bad, how frustrating it is. I'm sure I could find something on YouTube where it's, you know, it's talked about a great deal. Okay, is this an elevator to nowhere? This is an elevator to nowhere. Mr. Jason says, in a kind of somber way, good sir. Mr. Jason always gets kind of sad when when we get to the last hour. Oh. Is it a touchy story? Meant to make you feel things? I know most games want to do that, but... I see you, you silly jars. I know you're right there. Oh, when we get to the last hour of these streams. Oh, never. Yeah, okay. But there's always tomorrow. Koopa free running Friday. You really love the Koopa free running, don't you, good sir? I mean, hey, I kind of do too, all things considered. I mean, I'll never forget chopping off seconds. I'll never forget the getting 22 seconds on the free running the other day. That's gonna be a memory that sticks with me a while. Mr. Jason says, when those things fall from the ceiling, it's always quite jarring. Hardy har har. Too true, good sir. Too true. That's okay. Hashtag recycle jokes, hashtag green jokes. Too true. And we need all the recycled green jokes we can get. That's okay. You know, even though these things fall from the ceiling and they're very jarring, good sir, guess what? They always leave themselves ajar just long enough for me to come in and wipe, and, you know, literally wipe them from deck to stern. That was bad. It was a strong start, but it was bad.
Sure, Jan.
You know, ajar. They leave themselves ajar. To leave themselves open to being attacked or what have you. Yeah, I put a little too much on during that that segment. Man, they really do keep falling from the ceiling, huh? Well, actually what they're doing is falling down to the floor. Why they're walking all the way... Why they're falling to come get me? Well, only America above knows the correct answer to that. America ain't in the business of sharing, so... Look at all them warrior jars. Look at them. All of these explode. I know the perfect solution to this. If I can aim right. They all kind of explode and they get to set off this kind of cool chain reaction just a little bit. At least that's how it's supposed to work. Oh my god. Oh, that one freaking spooked me. He was just like, I'm here. Surprise, MFer. Cool. At least that spooky, scary jar warrior part is done. I gotta be extra careful because I don't think this is the only living jar. Never mind, it is. Mr. Jason says the result of that could have been explosive, good sir. Too true. It could very easily could have. But thank goodness it isn't, right? Oh. All right. And they should bleed right out if you know, if you spread the flames correctly. It's all on the wrist, you see. You just gotta flick your wrist a good couple of times and you got it. There we go. Perfect. Mr. Jason says you were bullying them on an online forum, good sir. Flaming them? Yeah, too true. We're flaming them real good. We got... Oh, you know what that... I know they're called land squirts, right? That's their name. That's literally their name. They're called land squirts. But if I can't make... I feel like I'm filthy making any kind of joke with them because people are just gonna say... People are gonna think the filthy with them. And I don't want to do that. I was gonna make some joke about them roasting on an open fire, but no. If I say the name, if it still sounds bad. All right, and then we can just retch gore the rest of the way. Oh my god, that was really bad. That was supremely terrible. Another reckless thing like that and I'm dead. I hope we get some kind of time to recover. Fingers crossed we get some kind of time to recover. That was a smashing fight, good sir. Too true. Too true. Very, very smashing. Or however, you know, Nigel Thornberry says it. I can't do that kind of voice, but insert that impression here. Check for illusory walls. I don't think there's any illusory walls in here, though, or at least I hope not. Or, oh, no. This is the trick room thing again. This is the trick room thing again. I know exactly what it is. We're in a circle. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait before I go down there. I want to wait for Blessing's boon to like tick down. That way we can I can refresh this and then go down there. I don't want to lose this mid encounter. You never know when the little bit of healing from this might come in handy. I did not mean to do that. That was so close. Mr. Jason says, coin stamp, we're in a circle. And if you could sit in the middle, it would be a round table, eh, good sir? It would, good sir. How right. Absolutely correct. Now, let's figure out if we actually went around the table, so to speak. Or we just ended up you know, in the trick room situation again. Okay, yeah, so this is the trick room situation again, where even though the rooms look the same, they're different. The enemies are different. What enemies are placed in them are completely different. Because the last time these were here, there were 4 exploding pots, and then there was a small jar, a small warrior jar, instead of a large one past here. Now, there's 4 of them, just like before, but now there's a large warrior jar. Mr. Jason says, these trick rooms, good sir, with these enemies, there are enough to drive you potty. I'm gonna laugh, but that was kind of stretchy. Potty instead of batty. It's good. Is that a giant? No, okay. Yeah, there's not a giant yellow one. That's good. Sort of what I was wanting to avoid. Wait, I'm sorry, what did they just do? Why did they coat themselves in metal? What is that? I'm not the only one that noticed that, right? Normally when these guys explode, they kind of look like ceramic. Now they look more like rock. If you know, I know their remains faded out, but I think everyone got a good look. Okay, we're headed the correct direction. What? Oh, right. I need to kind of like watch my spacing. And then let's see if I can't arc this. I can. Well, I started to say you could hit 2 of them, but that's not really how it worked. What? Oh, this is it's a huge squirt. It's a huge squirt. There's a colossal size squirt. Just in case. And then the rain should take care of it from there. Ah, this feels like Tiny Huge Island from Super Mario 64, just a little bit. It's got that feel of where, oh look, there's small enemies, and oh now look, there are big enemies. It's like it's reverse Tiny Huge Island, where normally the gimmick of Tiny Huge Island is like you're the one that changes size. The enemies are the same size all the time, but you either shrink or grow. But here we're the same size and the enemies are the ones that are changing in size. It's not really a throwback, but it's cool. It's a cool little thought experiment to think about. I need to make sure there are no other jars in this room. Mr. Jason says, just 5.7k amperes and team 250 good sir. Awesome. Here's to hoping you get exactly the ones you were looking for. And if folks are like, what the heck is Coin doing? Coin is taking advantage of the environment. You guys noticed this like pressure pad I was stepping on? That was firing the frost bone arrow trap. And it was a 3-shooter. So it was hitting, it was sending out the projectiles to anyone that would be caught in this room, and basically, or along this like central path here. And anyone hit by them would take probably physical damage, magic damage, or pierce damage. Let me say it like that. Pierce damage, magic damage, and a bit of frostbite buildup. Well, these traps don't care about who's there. They only care that they only care that the pressure plate was stepped on. And after that, friend or foe caught in this is getting hurt. So whenever you see one of these and you see an enemy in a position you can take advantage of them in, you should try to do it. Just be careful. You never know where the arrows to these pressure plates or these pressure plate traps are going to come from. You just don't know. Nice drop down. Weren't we here? Are we looping? I think we're looping. Mr. Jason says, I agree, good sir, but we need to let people choose themselves. We don't want to pressure them into doing that. Too true. Too true, good sir. Okay. Yeah, and then after that, we kind of head in a circle. See, you think we're making progress, but we're not actually making progress. We're just going around and around and around and around in a big old giant spiral circle. See, we're already back up here with all the dead squirts. Come on, FromSoft, pick a different name for these creatures. Why are we calling them squirts? I don't understand that. Ugh. Oh well. It's my fault for thinking about the name that way, I guess. Let's see, then we drop down. And then, yeah, this should bring us back here. Or so I think. Nice. I think I would have to use like a different spell. Yeah, I have to use like a different spell here. And then just kind of, yeah, let the Rain of Fire sort of do its thing. And what I'm kind of doing is just taking advantage of the line of sight and the geometry to attack them without getting hit back in retaliation. Plus the whole melee versus ranged bit. And in fact, you had to go this way in order to pull the lever. You had to do this. You had to do the whole elevator trick. Not only were there trick rooms, but in Dark Souls 3, I keep referring to this, but I should probably use it. I should probably explain what I'm referring to. In Dark Souls 3, there's thank you again for the Screenboard redemption, Marioma. Welcome back. As I was saying, I went for a while and now I'm back. Welcome back. I won't be around too much longer because it is 5 o'clock my time, but I do want to just, I do at least want to make an attempt at whatever the boss is here, and I have no clue. I do not remember what it is, to say the least. Frick. But in Dark Souls 3, after you get past the Undead Parish, there's a steeple with an elevator on it. Going up top will take you to the top of the steeple, right? And you'd assume that that's the only way that elevator moves. But you hear something when you take the elevator up and you probably aren't sure where it is. Well, if you ride the elevator back down, you'll hear it again. And also, I guess before that, no, actually, yeah, I take that back. You see a guy come off the elevator who's on his own little adventure. His name is Sigurd, a Knight of Katarina, and that is more or less what he is doing. Is he just used that elevator and he was trying to get up to the top of the tower, the top of the steeple, and he keeps taking the elevator down. And he doesn't know to test the elevator. You kind of have to do that. If you take the elevator, you'll head down into the room where he just was and be greeted by a Boreal Knight of Irithyll, which is a very dangerous creature, I might add. It's a carbon copy of the boss you just fought back in the lower kingdom of Lothric. So you go back up the elevator, and then sometime later you test the elevator again. Or if you never test the elevator, you never figure out that you're supposed to step on the pressure plate switch for the elevator and not take it down, and instead let the second elevator that is tied to it come back up. And you take that elevator and that will take you up to the top of the steeple. And only after you do this does it become apparent what Sigurd's whole debacle was. My curtains should not be moving. Sorry, it was an extremely convoluted story, but essentially, what the elevators that we took a ride up in there, back there in the catacomb, were kind of like that. They were kind of like that, where if you didn't pay attention, you would get tripped up by the elevator system. Now, I have zero clue what this boss is, so wish me luck. Mr. Jason says, I love convoluted, good sir. I love the TCC. Fair enough. Fair enough. Let's, fingers crossed this is the boss I think it is on the split, as opposed to some different boss. But regardless of which one it is, I will see you guys on the other side, and we will wrap up afterwards. You have to go, though, good sir? No worries. Take care of yourself, Mr. Jason. Thank you for stopping by. You've been wonderful, as always. I do hope you stay safe out there, and I hope to see you again soon. But if not, please do take care of yourself. It's a dangerous world out there. Sleep well. And with that out of the way, boss time. Okay, this is correct. I need to change the name, but it is correct. Okay. Let's open the treasure chest and see what we have, and I think that is an excellent conclusion to today's stream. I was expecting to wipe face to I was expecting to wipe face to Morgott the Omen King. I'm glad that is not the case. Thanks for the GGs, Marioma, as always. We did it. I can. I just had to change the name of that split before we're out of here. Okay. Thank you guys so incredibly much for hanging out with me today. I greatly appreciate the company, as always. Don't forget, tomorrow is Backlog Friday. We'll be playing some Super Mario Odyssey. On Saturday will be our first Let's Try. Don't forget about my warning on that. Saturday's Let's Try game has like people being set on fire, and other like really gruesome deaths added to it. It is an adult game. It's got grisly subject matter in it. If that is not for you, or you are under, I'd say 16. If you're under 16, and I mean, yeah, under 16, you probably don't want to be in the stream that Saturday. Definitely if you're under 18, you should think about it, but under 16, you should definitely not be there. Just putting that out there. Otherwise, you know, other point of order, or the last point of order is, don't forget that I will also not be streaming starting on the 30th of this month, so that's 2 Thursdays from now. two Thursdays from now, and I'll be gone a whole week. I won't come back until the 5th of August. So I'll put a little reminder in the Discord as we get closer to that date. But with all that being said, my name is Coinstamp, everybody, and thank you so much, Marioma. Yes, please take care, folks. You guys know the algorithmic stuff to do. And you know where my hallowed halls be. You're welcome in them anytime. You can also find all my pages with that stuff on it. But please do take care of yourselves. I'll see you guys in the next one. And with that, farewell and goodbye.